Yeah.
Door to door.
Okay, we're going to start this meeting here. The meeting of the Grand Traverse County Resource Management Administration Committee. Everyone please sit down. Yeah, I guess.
Oh my God. Are they
Okay,
crazy
folks.
or what? You better give them some coffee.
Well, that's because they got two lawyers on.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start Grand Traverse County's Resource Management Administration Committee on Wednesday, November 10th. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a roll call, please, Bonnie.
Commissioner Fleece?
Present.
Friend? Here. Inman?
Here.
Max Bauer? Here. Richardson?
Here.
Stepka? Thomas?
Here.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Hooper?
Here.
Commissioner Stepka called and he needs to be excused today. He had to have some further work done on his knee.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we need the approval of the minutes.
Sure.
Support. Motion and support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
Next.
And now we have an opportunity for public to have a public comment. If you'd come up forward and state your name.
Morning, Ralph.
Good morning.
Who's that?
So far it is. I'm Ralph Safardini. I live at 220 Huron Street, and I'm here to talk to you about the baseball program. And I'm hoping you're going to rectify what I think was a mistake, and when you took the program away from the American Legion. It's called American Legion Baseball, and it's been here for 62 years. I've had 3 kids go through American Legion baseball, and I think that that's the business they were in, and I hope that they would be willing to take it back. The number of players decreased by 200, and you only made $6,000 on it last year, and that's not counting some of the other issues as far as the groundskeeping and administration that went with that. And I'm not speaking for the American Legion, although I am a member, but I would hope that you would negotiate with them to take the program back. There's some programs that government should be in, and there's some programs that should be run by other organizations such as the American Legion with a history that they have in that particular program. So, thank you.
I'm Jason Gilman, 933 Avenue D, Commissioner-elect. I ran on one of the issues that I ran on was the veterans or the American Legion baseball program, and I'd like to back up Ralph on this. I think it's an inappropriate place for government, county or otherwise, to be involved. It's a program that was run as a tradition for 62 years and has turned into a money loser by government. It's not a place we should be. I think we should turn it back over, if at all possible, to the American Legion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Is there any other member of the public that wish to address the board at this time? Okay. We can move on to the approval of the agenda.
Move for approval as presented.
Support.
Okay, a motion by Inman, support by Wheelock. Dennis?
Just want to point out that we won't need a closed session at the end of today's meeting.
We will not?
We will not.
Okay, no closed session. All right, we have a motion for approval of the agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Do we have any special order of business?
No.
Seeing none, we'll move on for the consent calendar.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed therefrom and placed elsewhere on the agenda for full discussion. Such requests will be automatically respected. If any item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted, receive and file, or approval, is approved by a single committee action adopting the consent calendar. A, receive and file. Number 1, Grand Traverse County Road Commission Monthly Report. Number 2, Grand Traverse Conservation District Monthly Report. Number 3, Housing Liaison Monthly Report and Program Status. Number 4, Parks and Recreation Commission Change in Bylaws. Number 5, 2010 baseball evaluations. B, approval. Number 1, Title 4E agreement, prosecuting attorney's office for the period January 1, 2011 to December 31st, 2013. Number 2, mental health court grant. Number 3, clean sweep grant, fiscal year 2011. Number 4, civic center master plan. Number 5, equal employment opportunity plan.
Is there any member of the public at this time that would like to remove anything from the consent calendar? Is there any member of the board? Larry?
Under A, I'd like to remove number 5, 2010 baseball evaluations.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest you put that under Parks and Recreation, under D.
All right, we can put that under D, number 3 then.
Civic Center Master Plan.
Civic Center Master Plan, which
B4.
is
B4.
4B. And since planning is up, we'll make that A3. Why don't we do that?
Actually, that's a Parks and Recreation item, I believe.
Oh, Civic Center Master Plan, okay, yeah, we can add it. All right, let's go then to Park and Rec 4. All right,
Motion to approve the consent calendar is, with the removal of A5 and B4.
Support.
support, okay, we have a motion by Friend, support by Wheelock. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Friend?
Yes.
Inman?
Yes.
Max Bauer?
Yes.
Richardson?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Fleece?
Yes.
Hooper?
Yes. Okay, we can start now with department actions with planning. We have John can introduce himself.
Good morning. My name is John Slyke. I'm Planning and Development Director for Grand Traverse County. I have a couple of items. One is to update you on the HUD Community Challenge Planning Grant that was awarded to Grand Traverse County. I know you're aware of the award, but I just wanted to kind of highlight what that grant actually means for Grand Traverse County. It's a $395,000 grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. It was a competitive grant application process, and we were one community that was awarded 42 across the nation. So it was a pretty competitive process. This grant is really a cooperative process between Grand Traverse County, the City of Traverse City, and the Council of Governments. The breakdown in how this grant is going to work is well, first of all, I have to mention that there was no cash match required as part of this application, but we did provide a lot of in-kind service in terms of how we're going to actually implement some of these activities. The first item is a $50,000 will go to the Council of Governments for housing information, inventory, and analysis, and ultimately a strategy to address housing issues within Grand Traverse County. This will kind of build on some of the initial needs assessment work that was done for the region and be specific for Grand Traverse County. $50,000 will also go to a county master plan, which I'm right now in the process of visiting with all of our local planning commissions, and that process has been received very well so far. We haven't initiated it. We're just still now out there getting feedback from the townships, the city, and the villages, and we're expecting to proceed in early next year, probably spring of next year, with that process. We've also put in an application to Rotary Charities to help supplement some of the activities involved in that process. But it's we think it's going to be a unique approach, and I think it's going to be a one that really engages the development of a county plan. It's not so much a county master plan, but a master plan for all the communities in Grand Traverse County. Another $100,000 is going to be going to the City of Traverse City, and this is focused on the redevelopment or revitalization plans for 5 corridors within the city: Garfield Avenue, 8th Street, 14th Street, East Front Street, and West Front Street. And I just should mention how these are going to work is this is a grant where we get the monies up front, and these will be sub-granted to those other entities that are not the county. The final portion, I think is a really unique part, and that's $195,000 for the county to establish the Housing Trust Fund. And I know that hasn't been established yet, but and that's going to be coming to you soon in terms of a proposal, but I guess we didn't expect that this grant was going to go as fast as it did. But this is a really, I think, a sign, recognition from HUD about the innovative approach that Grand Traverse County is taking in this regard. This is a pretty unique approach to dealing with the housing issue and to setting up a housing trust fund. And it's something that's not just recognized locally here as important, but also the eyes of several communities across the nation are looking to see what happens here in Grand Traverse County. And I think the award is another sign that HUD is also interested in seeing how successful we are in that particular program. We're right now at this point are just working out the final work plan with HUD and the budget and so forth that will be revised, and then a formal grant agreement will be coming in front of the county board at the appropriate time. Just wondered if anybody had any questions about the grant?
Dennis? John, did I understand correctly? For the trust fund, the housing trust fund, we'll have to, that's up to $195,000, and we have to match it dollar for dollar, is that correct?
Yes. Well, as you recall, back in June, the board kind of held those foreclosure funds with the idea that that could possibly go towards the housing trust fund.
Right.
We used that kind of in our application to say that that's kind of a match.
I guess I was just curious, how much did we have, and do we have enough to cover the full $195,000 that they're going to give us?
Yes, we do. It's actually, I think, about 190, but we're going to be using some of that 195 will help cover some of our legal fees, so it'll actually be a kind of dollar for dollar match.
So we're talking about a $350,000 to $400,000 trust fund to start with?
Yes, and that could be leveraged to, and the idea was that with the initial 190 or so would be used to leverage, and this is one opportunity we leverage, and then we would continue to leverage that for additional dollars.
I guess I want to again congratulate John and the staff and the city and COG for getting this grant. 42 across the country, and they competed against states, counties, municipalities. I think it speaks for kind of what we were trying to do, so good job.
Ross?
John, I want to ask you about the housing information inventory and analysis, because we have actually had a couple housing data reports in the last couple of years. I think one produced by MCOG and one by the city of Traverse City with MCOG's help. So is this like an update of that information, or more extensive, or?
This is going to be more extensive, really looking at the housing stock within Grand Traverse County, and it's really intended to be something that's an ongoing process, so that there's data collected as opposed to every so often doing some type of a needs assessment. But the intended here is to kind of set up a database so that it's ongoing analysis that's done, as well as helping to formulate more details in terms of the strategies.
Chris?
John, as I read your memo, it says $100,000 is for the city of Traverse City to develop revitalization plans for 5 corridors: Garfield Avenue, 8th Street, 14th Street, East Front, and West Front. I live on 8th Street. Where on 8th Street?
Well, I think they're talking about more of the commercial areas. This was really kind of defined by the city, and I think it's more from Cass going, down towards Woodmere in that area where there's more of the commercial uses. Although I think when they're looking at these, it's going to be looking at more mixed use, what really can make a corridor revitalized and make it more self-sustaining.
Okay, thank you.
They wouldn't want to smooth them brick out.
Sonny?
I guess I'd just like to make a couple comments about the Housing Trust Fund. I've told you before how innovative your land bank is in moving forward with this, and when we talked about the creation of a housing trust fund 3-4 months ago, and I think you're going to actually see a formal proposal next week to create this trust fund, that we would be able to leverage that money to MSHDA and HUD for monies to provide housing for low-income housing in our community, or workforce housing in our community. And we haven't even formally established it, and we got $195,000. That's a lot of leverage, you know, so that's exciting. Russ, one thing in regard to your question about the housing needs assessments that are granted in that, one of the things that I've talked to Council of Governments about, and we've talked about regularly with the Land Bank, when we do needs assessments, we have to not only do the core of Grand Traverse County, but we have to do Grand Traverse County as a whole, because we have a lot of folks in South County and Out County that have housing needs too, and I can't say, well, we'll provide affordable housing, but you got to move to the city of Traverse City. You know, so I think that's the big piece that has been missing previously in our housing needs assessments, is to make sure that we looked at the community as a whole of where we need affordable housing, not just in the core of the community. And I think that's a big difference in what this assessment's going to do compared to what we've seen previously. Council of Governments is currently in the process of creating a video in regard to the housing needs in our community. Bill Rokas and I participated in that last month, one day, so of how we use the land bank and the tax foreclosed properties and cooperate with nonprofits to create affordable housing. So I think what we're going to see is the assessment is going to be community-wide, which we've never done before, and the leverage that we're getting out of this housing trust fund. Mary Brooks, a nationally recognized expert on housing trust funds, has been here in Traverse City twice and made presentations, and she is so excited about what we've done here that she's using our example throughout the country as she does presentations. So.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, quickly, John, that was the only portion that required any part of a match then? The other 3 bullet points did not, correct?
Actually, it didn't require any match, but we put that as kind of a match,
Okay.
as a way to, we realized that it was an opportunity to.
Then you didn't offer any match on the other 3, that's the only?
No, we didn't,
Okay.
no.
Okay, we can move on now to Health and Service Building Expansion Renovation. You got a group here? Or?
Well, this
Item
is
B.
just.
Item B, that's what
Actually, there's 2. I am just communicating the recommendation from the County Planning Commission, and then I think the Health Department will actually get into the more detail.
Okay.
So this is, as you recall, earlier this year, the County Board adopted a review policy for capital improvements that incorporated a process that has the County Planning Commission doing a kind of a preliminary review and then a more formal review of some of the major capital improvements taken on by the county. And in September 21st, the County Planning Commission did review a plan of the expansion and renovation of the health services building. In your packet is a recommendation that identifies some of the items that they suggested as comments. They recommended overall to continue on with the process, and they were supportive of the expansion and renovation of the building. This review was done more in terms of how a planning commission typically looks at a site plan. They did not get into kind of the financial, funding, or operational issues related, mainly because I don't think the planning commission really has that kind of expertise in that particular area, and felt that it was really, that's more of a policy matter for the, at least at this time, for the county board to consider. As you may know, these types of facilities are exempt from local zoning, but there was an emphasis by the county and the planning commission to ensure that the facility does follow the local zoning at Garfield Charter Township. And that was to ensure that regardless of what happens in this facility in the future, that it can ensure that it conforms to that local zoning. The other items I won't really go into any detail, because I think those are pretty minor in terms of the scope of the project, but really just kind of focusing on how to make that facility, ensure that it's more user-friendly. If there's one issue I do want to just highlight, is that there is certainly a need to consider pedestrian access to this facility. It's helpful that there is a bus station located at the site, but in terms of pedestrian access, particularly in the winter months, is something that is probably going to be something that we need to continue to see how we can improve. Other than that, I don't really have any other comments unless there's questions.
Chris?
John, your presentation focuses on expansion and renovation of the current building. Did the Planning Commission at all look at other facilities, or were you just basically focused on renovating this facility?
For this step, it was just on the actual kind of renovation of this facility. When they did their previous review, which was done earlier this month, was really looking at the concept of did it make sense to expand here? And based on the information that we had, we decided that this location made sense for this time being.
All right, thank you.
Ross?
I probably have a version of the same question, but did you review or analyze whether the location was the best place for it? I mean, you just made a comment about, the problems with pedestrian access, which is sort of key because of, the clientele that is served.
Right. I would say that we probably didn't do what would be an extensive site search. I think it was really kind of based on the information that we had, what made sense in terms of, moving to a completely different location or taking advantage of what's already established there. But I wouldn't say it was an extensive, what I would call, a pure site search and evaluation process.
I think we looked at the same information that this Board of Commissioners looked at. Actually, we had looked at it first before the Planning Commission did, and we, if I remember correctly, and we had kind of the same information, pretty much just same general dialogue about, the Health Department's survey of their clients and the difficulty in this market of selling another building and some of the difficulties that they've had in the past of looking at alternative buildings as far as needing the rooms to have certain infrastructure.
I understand that, and I had questions then, and I still don't think that there's really been an analysis of whether this is the best place or the best way. I mean, this isn't so much for John, it's more for the later discussion when we start talking about it. We didn't have a number at the time, and so forth. It was sort of like, it was just sort of, to me, it was a general conclusion that, well, this is the easiest, this is the path of least resistance, so let's go with this. And I don't think there has been an extensive analysis done of whether this is the best way to invest our money in a health department building, that's all.
Well, I guess I would answer that I agree with you that I would, without having done the study, I would say that it's, in all likelihood, there are better locations in terms of serving the clientele, although this was one of the prime ones in the survey that showed that it had a large population that was utilized, that lived in that area. We think for some, in some sense, they may live in that area as a result of the services that are available there. But clearly, from a standpoint of access, ease of walking, no, this is not the best site. But when you analyze the full package and the cost of building new or doing something in another location, we felt this was the only practical alternative that would be reasonable for the board to consider in these economic times. To go build a new facility somewhere else when we could do it for probably a third of the cost here just seemed to make more sense.
But Dennis, that's really my question. Like I said, we'll talk about it more,
Yeah.
in a few
Well, it really
minutes.
is a planning issue, so I think it's fine to talk about it.
But, what kind of analysis has been done as far as, what it would cost to build a new building and so forth? This is a fairly extensive cost-benefit analysis, and if we proceed with what's being proposed, we're going to be here for another 20 years easily.
Yeah.
So if we're going to change our minds, now this would be the time.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
to do that, we need the best information.
Yeah. Well, I think we can get, when we get to that, I think we can give you some idea of what the cost would be, for a new facility, but that would not include land costs, of course, but.
Sorry.
Well, we also looked at this from your Capital Improvements Committee, looked at this probably 9 months ago, something like that.
More than that.
And, you're exactly right. We didn't look and see, is there a better place to put this? But what we heard overwhelmingly is we looked at where the clientele that used that facility come from, and we were pretty centrally located for that. And what we seen was that, without question, the cost to do this was a fraction of the cost of creating a new building that would meet our needs overall. And we have this building. This building, if we don't do this, this building still needs a bunch of money put into it if we're going to continue to use it where it's at. Because we've got a lot of mechanicals in and roof issues and things that simply need to be addressed, and they're all being taken care of in this renovation. So, you know, there was a lot of good things that came out of doing this. You know, if I had, you know, it's like every other building project. If I could start with green space, would I do it the way I do it, the way it is? Probably not. But this is the building we have. This is where our clientele are accustomed to coming for services. We're meeting, you know, 75, 80% of our space needs where we're at now. You know, with this expansion, we can meet our needs going forward, you know. So it made sense to the Capital Improvements Fund, and that's why we've proceeded and we've got to here.
Hey, Larry.
One thing along Ross's line of conversation that has changed since we initially talked about this is the foreclosure of Cherryland Mall. And you know, that's very close proximity, and we might be in the position to go in there, and I believe that's set up like condos, where we could purchase a block and remodel it as we needed for the entire complex. And I think for future growth, that might be a lot better place. It's obviously a lot better place as far as accessibility to the walking public, to bus clients, to people that motor there. You know, it already has the parking. I think that's something that we ought to look into, because that hadn't happened, if I'm not mistaken, at the time we had the conversation, which now gives us really a new opportunity. And if you look in the city of Cadillac, some of the larger commercial mall type deals that have went kaput down there, they've done some pretty innovative things, putting different items in there, and I think that would be an ideal place to look.
Hey, Larry.
I would say, I don't know, it had to be at least 6 years ago or whatever, or even longer than that. You know, we've had ongoing discussions, even before you got on the board, Ross, about, you know, the future planning of the county in terms of its facilities. And we were, at one point in time, leading down the road of, you know, the rationale behind buying the property on Lafreniere and the extra, I believe, 20 acres that came with the property that would be available for future facilities, potentially for the county. And one of the concepts that we had was that potentially if we outgrew the building on Garfield, that it may be an attractive idea to, if we're going to look at a new building, is to build something over near right next to the Lafreniere building, which is the administrative building over there, containing a number of health-related departments, and with the possibility of ongoing discussions with the VA in terms of an expanded clinic, or at some point in time a VA hospital, that it would be really a nice complement in terms of a complex down there that would be all together. So, I mean, that was one viewpoint at one point in time in terms of, you know, kind of a viewpoint of what we want to do maybe in the future. But, you know, it's some things have changed. The VA clinic, the expanded VA clinic, to where that we were thinking some kind of a, you know, close to a hospital situation, so folks don't have to drive down to Saginaw and beyond that for treatment hasn't occurred, even though they've expanded a little bit on the clinic. And, you know, the economics of where real estate values are and the difficulty of selling property at this point in time. So, you know, I think some things have, you know, kind of turned the corner for us in kind of the opposite direction that we originally thought we were going to go with. You know, and we built we took over the administrative building on Lafreniere with some improvements, not thinking about ease of access by bike or walking trails, those kinds of things. So, you know, that's always been on my mind, and I'm glad you brought that up. But I think my feeling is, based on the clientele and the activity level and what we've seen in terms of people going to the health building, the ease of access in terms of walking and biking and trails hasn't been an issue, as far as I know. You know, it's approximately close to the center of Traverse City, just, what, a mile or something, mile and a half past the Garfield South Airport connection. And I guess my concern about looking at buying a new building or constructing a new building is that if we leave, the return on our dollars trying to get someone to acquire that building from us on Garfield, and it's really an unusual kind of layout. It isn't going to fit a lot of people in terms of office space or whatever kind of business they might have. So it would be a tough fit, I think, for a lot of businesses or whatever that would be looking for a building. And then, so, I'm just wondering if the cost of, expanding it, I don't know how, in terms of the exact cost on it, might make sense in the near term. And, if things turn in the future in terms of the VA clinic and the continued growth of the county and those kinds of things, I don't think we'd ever lose money by putting a little bit of money back into the Garfield building. But, if we ever got to an opportune time, I'd still like to approach the concept of expanding the complex on the Freenier Road. So this is my comment.
Just a small point. Are we on A2 or B1? Because, I
think it's probably time to move to...
A2 is kind of the site plan
Move
review
along.
of the Planning Commission, and I would imagine that Fred has some comments to make on his memo.
Good point.
So we are moving to B1, the Health Department, building expansion and renovation.
Fred Kiesler, Health Officer, Grand Traverse Health Department. Well, going back, February 15th is when I got a letter from Dr. Verizor, who's here today, requesting more space for expansion of the dental clinic, and he'll talk a bit about that. And in April of this year, the commission approved the funding for architects for CWS, Ray Kendra, to proceed with conceptual design and renovation of that building, and that's what we're here today, is to present that as what we've done. I don't know if I want to get into it now, but, the issue of the choice of location has been on my mind since 93, I guess. We were located out on M72 there, which was not even in Grand Traverse County. It was actually Leelanau County. And I went on this great hunt to look for an ideal place for the health department back then. And I can tell you I spent many hours with a realtor going around and around. And there, I can just say, my gut feeling back then is about what it is now. I couldn't really find anything that met everything that everybody wanted in space or a location. And so we found that this former building of the Intermediate School District seemed to meet more or less the criteria, because it was pointed out by Virginia Olds, is that there's all the rest of the county that has to get access besides the city of Traverse City. And this town is kind of Traverse City itself is kind of an introverted town in the sense that in many communities, the lower rent districts are in the older part of town, older buildings, and the more high rent district are more in the suburbs. It's kind of not like that, because being a former resident of Old Town is that you have a lot of people a little more affluent living in these older houses, and a lot of the people who are very low income living kind of in a scatter, but many out into the rural areas or in that peripheral area where like near Lafreniere and in the area where we're located in mobile home parks and the low-rent apartment facilities. So what we did recently was to enter all of our WIC clients' addresses in a scattergram and looked at just and I think I shared that with you, spots indicating where the addresses were and where the most concentration was. And there is no real great pattern other than the fact that southeastern portion of Traverse City and Garfield Township area seemed to be where the preponderance of our clients were if you're going to pick out a center. But of course there was a center in Kingsley and a center in Chum's Corners and over in Blair. and up in Williamsburg too, so that there wasn't anything that I could really say, well, this would ideally fit for any of those. Accessibility by walking and bicycling, you know, this is a fair weather issue also, is that along Garfield Road, there is a sidewalk running along there. When I've ridden my bicycle, I've ridden on there rather than in Garfield, but in the wintertime, it's usually well under snow, but that's true of a lot of the city. That makes it very difficult. Part of our planning in this, that as we get into this, is that we wanted to have it much more bus accessible for Beta by putting in a drive-through arrangement with a roof so that clients could get egress and get back on the bus easier, because about 25% of our clients use Beta to access the services. And Beta has had to put up a structure there, and this would then be better because the clients wouldn't have to traverse the parking lot to get to the door. The thing is that, you know, from my viewpoint, is I have to do with what I got. And about a year ago, I was realizing that, and I had talked with everybody and their brother, everything from Munson to the adolescent, to the Traverse City Clinic, to the veterans, and trying to get some sort of a critical mass to see if there could be you know, to form a human services building complex. And this has come and gone a couple of times. If you want to go back a ways, when and I'm sorry, I can't think of the behind Home Depot area. What's that? Something Crossing is the name of that development. But when that was developed, the developer, I was there when it was discussed with the county commission. When that was developed, he offered to put up a human services building there. And there was this struggle between, frankly, Roger Dunnigan and Ross Childs of trying to come with some accommodation and who's going to have what level of autonomy. And finally, he said, okay, I'll build a church instead. And that's why there is a church location. But that would have been a human services building. And that, for me personally, was a great disappointment, because that would have been a good location also, and we would have had the building built for us. So I guess it's like anything, is that you open, you know, what resources do we have? And about a year ago, I come to the conclusion, well, if this is, you know, we've been here, it'll be 17 years next week, because my son was born the day we moved in that building, so I always remember what day it is, November 17th, and 93, and we've been there since. The bottom line is that I can't tell you how many clients didn't come there because of the location, but I can tell you that there's been a lot of them that have come because of that location. I mean, because it is nearby and they've been able to get there. So I guess that I can't, other than that, I don't know how much more I can really enlighten you as to that, other than the fact that we've done client questionnaires as to whether they like this location. Off the top of my head, I think it was 97% like the location. I can tell you that we still have people coming to that building, one, to know if it's the ISD, or if they can still get a septic or a well permit, and that's changed, you know, some years ago. And so I think there's something in there from the client's viewpoint you have to recall, is that once they get comfortable knowing where something is, it probably means as much as anything. But be that as it may, we'll give it our best shot here today of explaining what we got and what we need. And I've asked that Dr. Verweiser is going to talk a little bit about the need for the expansion of the dental clinic and some of the exciting plans he has of service in that plan. And just for a second, when I came here in '91, we were serving less than 200 kids were getting Medicaid service for dental. We had a program called Operation Dental Storm, and Dr. Norman Fred and Dr. Pichet more or less led that program. And it was just pathetic. A community this size, only 200 children out of maybe 10,000 eligible are getting Medicaid services for their dental needs. And we started a dental clinic in '94, then it grew into this collaboration, and eventually Michigan Community Dental Clinic come to be, and it's more or less freestanding independent corporation that's contracted to do the services. Now, there's over 3,000 children are getting care. Not everyone, but still a substantial number of children are getting dental care, plus a couple thousand of adults a year. And this is a huge change. I mean, it's something that this board supported us to start, and it's been, compared to other communities, it's really a stellar thing and something to be proud of. Next, Danny Brown will discuss the physical plant needs of the building, such as the roofing and so forth. Ray Kendra will have a review of the architectural plans and associated costs for the additions. And I've asked Jerry Pugh, our financial director, and Dean Bott to discuss the financial aspects of payments of this. A little bit of a spoiler alert. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that this plan may be paid within the existing rental rate and no new additional funds from the county to make this happen. So I want to turn this over to Dr. Verizor and Associates and let them kind of explain what the program's about.
Thank you, Fred. With me, I'm Tom Verizor, and with me is Greg Heinschel. We are both general dentists, and I am the CEO of Michigan Community Dental Clinics, and Greg is the Chief Dental Officer. Michigan Community Dental Clinics is a 501c3 not-for-profit that was formed a few years back to expand the Dental Clinics North public health dental clinic model statewide. And we currently operate 17 clinics, and we're opening 4 more in the next 3 months. So we'll have 21 clinics. In addition to that, we operate out of 7 different hospitals, providing hospital dental care to very small children and to developmentally disabled adults. We are in the UP as far north as Marquette. We're as far south as Port Huron, Three Rivers, and Detroit. And so we're everywhere in between, pretty much. And so we understand the state, we understand the situation. In 2009, we served just over 50,000 individuals statewide. This year, we're on a track to do over 60,000 individuals, serve over 60,000. In this clinic last year, we served just over 6,000 individuals with over 13,500 individual visits. About half of those persons were children and about half were adults. 85% of them were on Medicaid, 15% of them were low income, uninsured. By low income, I mean below 200% of the federal poverty level without dental insurance. So that in a nutshell is who we are and what we're doing here. Several years ago, I joined this organization almost 7 years ago, January of 2004, and met Fred and his team at that time, and we've had a great working relationship over these almost 7 years now, and all the while we've been here, this clinic has been bursting at the seams with demand for services. After a couple of years, I finally got enough courage to go to Fred and ask him to give me some more space in that building so that we could add some more dental chairs, so we could add another provider. And so we currently have, we bumped it out, and we added 3 more chairs, and we have 9 chairs, which allows us to have 3 full-time equivalent dentists. We currently have 5 different practitioners. 2 of them are full-time. 2 of them are part-time. Actually, 3 of them are part-time. And of the 3, 1 of them is a pediatric specialist who is here every other week for 3 days. We are now at a point where we have the 9 chairs. We are bursting at the seams, once again. And when we added that when we did that expansion, we added room to add chairs, but we didn't add any infrastructure to support the operation of the chairs. By that I mean, because we didn't have the space, we couldn't increase the sterilization area. We added more things happening without increasing the sterilization laboratory area, et cetera. And so we're operating 9 chairs, but rather inefficiently because of just the way it's laid out. And it's, it's like anything where you do an add-on. It's not laid out the way it could be to be optimal, and it's certainly not. This year, we were looking at our entire situation there and the demand in the community as we work with other agencies within this Grand Traverse community to provide access to dental services. We know that we want to add the ability to add more practitioners, and rather than add more licensed dentists, we have the ability to partner with the University of Michigan School of Dentistry and bring dental students and residents, dental residents, these are post-grad students who are training to be either pediatric specialists or advanced education in general dentistry. We have that relationship, and we have students in several other of our clinics around the state, and it's an ongoing thing. And this was a program that I ran as the assistant dean at the University of Michigan before I came up here, so I'm intimately involved with it. I started that program. We are now proposing, and we said this to Fred, we could if we could increase our capacity by adding 3 more chairs, get it to 12, and 12 is a maximum, we think, to run in one organization, in one location. If we could have 12 chairs, we could have 3 or 4 dental students there, in addition to 3 full-time equivalent dentists and 2 dental hygienists, which we have now. And so this to me is a great way to add more capacity. We can add more. We can, because we have students and we can get students at. It's cheaper to hire a student, by the way, than it is a dentist, and so we can provide care to certain segments of the population that have no insurance at even lower rates because of that. There's a lot of synergies that work nicely in this regard. So that in a nutshell is what's going on out there and why we need the additional space. Dr. Heinzel, you want to?
Yeah, the only comment that I have is Dr. Lori McMurray, who's our chief dentist in that office, is sitting behind us here. And I can tell you, working closely with her and working with many members of the community who are also represented behind us here, you just don't understand the demand for these services till you're dealing on a daily basis with all the folks out there. And in this community, we're really just scratching the surface of the demand that's out there. I receive calls literally weekly, calls, emails from all these different people. You've got to do more to see these folks, and quite honestly, that facility at the health department is totally maximized. There's not another thing really we could do to see any more people than we're seeing right now, and yet the demand for services continues to grow. And again, we've done as much as we can in that facility. And I think given another facility by adding just a few more chairs and the efficiencies in designing the building the right way, which it is not designed right now, it's been kind of cobbled over the years. I have every expectation that we can increase services by 50% over what we're doing currently, very easily. And again, I still don't think we'll be meeting the demand for services out there, even with that expansion, but I think it is a move in the right direction. And I know if any of you would ever spend any time in that facility at all on any given day, you would understand what happens out there. And again, if anybody has any questions, in particular for one of the dentists that works there every single day, Dr. McMurray is here also, given that.
Does anybody have any questions? Beth?
I have been out there. I haven't been there for any expanded length of time, but it's been pretty hopping when we've been there. What's your current contract, and Dennis, this might be more of a question for you, what's your current contract term length?
We are actually subcontracted through the Health Department of Northwest Michigan currently, and I believe that the contract that they have with the Health Department is an annual.
Okay. And what's the current lease payment right now?
We don't make the current lease payment.
Okay. I'm asking any of our staff as well, or Fred.
That'd be Jerry's
Anyone.
answer.
We can provide that. I'll go upstairs and look that up. I don't know what it is off the top of my head.
Okay.
Ross, you have a question?
Yeah, I actually had a couple. First of all, under this plan to expand to 12 chairs, you then will have all the infrastructure and layout and so forth that you need to support that and do it more efficiently than you are right now.
Actually, what they did, Commissioner, is they worked with our architect and designed the space specifically. They'll be completely moving to a new section of the building.
Okay. Are there advantages in sharing the space with the health department? I mean, is there any reason why you couldn't be a standalone clinic?
We could be a standalone, but I think we are advantaged to be attached to the health department, and that is primarily because of the interaction between the nursing staff through the WIC program and our clinic. A lot of the people we're seeing, especially the children, are from at-risk situations, and if we can, in working hand in glove with the nursing staff who are attempting to educate moms, young moms who with their children in healthy habits, living habits, etc. If we can just walk, if they can walk right down the hall to the dental clinic with issues and problems, boy, that's a great advantage. In other counties, we have situations where we're both in health department buildings and standalone. We have helped design and helped organizations construct 9 new clinics in the last 3 years, and every one of those have been, no, I take it back, most of those, all but 2 have been standalone, 2 have been additions to existing health department buildings. I like being connected, and the health departments like us connected. We have a standalone down in Three Rivers, and the health officer there recently commented to us at a meeting, geez, I wish we were connected. I wish we had thought this through and put you guys where we are instead. And I agree with him. It's an advantage.
Right.
Beth, I'm not sure if it's the right answer to your question, but on page 126 of our packet, it says that the estimated dental clinic lease payment in 2011 is $49,000.
Right, but I'm not sure, I just want to make sure that that's historically, I mean, what we've seen, what the contract is.
What I'm more concerned about is the fact that if we move forward with this project, we have a long-term commitment of a tenant, you know, and if it's an annual contract, that concerns me, you know.
Right.
If we're going to, you know, invest $3.5 million, I want to make sure that we have a long-term commitment. I don't think there's any question we have a long-term need. It's just whether or not we have a long-term commitment.
I think we're actually talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, we're talking about a 20-year agreement, aren't we not? Are we not?
Right.
They're originally in our
That's rather
discussions, we were
long-term.
talking about a 10-year, but they've agreed to
Well, it's a
commit
20-year payout on the bond.
They've
so.
agreed to commit to be a tenant for the length of time that the bond is there.
Larry?
Could you clarify the footnote on page 126 where it says 2010 rent paid by health department for health services building, $239,000?
We were going to get to that later, but go ahead, Dean. Why don't you address that?
Okay, they're looking, Jerry and Fred, just so you know, this is the summary. Jerry Pugh, the finance officer for the health department, will help me with this. But we're going to go back to Commissioner Friend's question. Jerry will indicate what their annual rental payment is and some additional funding that is provided.
Yeah, currently the dental clinic is paying us $49,540, and that's based on 2,887 square feet at $17.16 a square foot in 2010. And your question with regards to the footnote on the bottom of the financial summary, that is just the internal payment that the health department makes to the general fund for renting the space at the health services building, part of the process of, paying the debt service on the building as it exists now.
Do we do that with other departments that are within buildings? Okay, all right.
No, you no longer have that. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
You no longer have that payment, correct? Because the bond has been
That's
paid
correct.
off.
And what we did, though, is we did reserve an amount in the budget next year and a similar amount in the hopes that if the board decided to go with a building expansion for the health department, we would just continue on at that same payment we were making. But what you're going to find later in this presentation is it's not even needed.
Do we have any more questions for the dentist, or should we move on to the next phase?
I have one more.
Ross?
So if you're leasing 2,480 square feet now, how many square feet will you have in the new?
It'll be a little over 4,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we
Thank you.
can, Fred?
But don't go too
Thank you
far.
very much.
Thank you.
Right, don't go too far, stay in the building.
Yes, sir.
Before we have Danny Brown and Ray Kendra talk about the building per se, as I wanted to recognize is at the Human Services meeting, I brought this topic up last month, and a number of people here are here supporting this notion, and somebody have something to say about it, is if that's okay with the chair?
Good idea.
I think, yeah, that's fine. Everybody else needs to be
Okay,
here.
would those who are interested want to stand and identify themselves, and if you want to
Step
say
forward, yeah.
something, it's the opportunity now.
Would you come to the mic, please?
I'm Marty Manti, and I'm the director of the Father Fred Foundation. And one of the most compelling situations that we see day in and day out are people in pain, children in pain, and a lot of moms in pain coming in, and they need immediate help. And we have a wonderful arrangement right now, and have for several years, that we're able to fill out a voucher and make a phone call and get an individual or a child in for an appointment very, very quickly. And the vouchers that we're filling out are for $150, usually up to $300, $350. And we often have these individuals coming back in to show us that the teeth have been extracted, that the pain is gone, that the child's abscess is no longer the presenting problem. And I think we all know there's nothing more immediate than dental pain. It absolutely has to be taken care of.
I'm all about that.
Okay. I wanted to just compare last year, 2009, with where we're at with 10 months of experience in 2010. In 2009, we sent 76 individuals for a cost of $12,000 to the foundation, to the clinic, and we also paid for 19 other individuals to go to other dental resources, a total amount of $15,000 in 2009, serving 95 folks, all written, now that's the full year, the full 12 months, and already in 2010, with 10 months of experience, we've seen 154 people, and for a cost to the foundation of $29,900. So, well, that really speaks to just how many people are due to the economic situation, further falling through the cracks and needing to come to the foundation for various needs. But we're so supportive of this, and again, it is one of our prime categories as we look to the new year and build our budget. Medical and dental needs stay very high, and what has to fall out are things like housing, but because we just know that as a safety net, we need to deal with the emergencies like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. Dr. Bill Rollin, Family Practice. I work at Munson's Family Practice Center, which is a hospital-owned primary care office. I'm also the residency director for Munson's Family Practice Residency. So a couple of quick comments on this. Our Family Practice Center being a hospital-owned primary care office and a residency teaching clinic, our percentage of patients with Medicare and or no insurance are clearly higher than many of the private practice primary care offices. We run about 40% probably of our patients with Medicaid and no insurance. With that said, we looked at last fiscal year. We saw about 200 patients in the office over that year with dental issues. About a fourth of those, that was their only issue to be seen, so clearly they should have been seen by a dentist. The other 3/4, they were there with other issues as well, so needed to see us anyway, but still needed access to a dentist. I don't think that includes the number of patients, like I saw this week, where it was oh, by the way, as I'm walking out the door, well, you look at my mouth, and clearly there's huge needs in his mouth, and that's really not why he was there. And then as we examine patients, the number of oral issues we see where they're not complaining of anything. So clearly there's a big need, at least in our practice. I would also add to the transportation issue. When we do offer up the dental clinic, we frequently hear a little bit about, how am I going to get there? I take the bus, I take a bicycle, it's raining, it's snowing, whatever, so that transportation definitely is an issue. And I would also like to put a plug in for the model that's proposed. Utilizing dental residents, I think is an excellent model. In most larger urban centers, healthcare is certainly delivered that way, where resident physicians are under the precepting and guidance of attending physicians. And honestly, it happens right here in Traverse City. A number of our family practice residents staff the community health clinic on a monthly basis with attending physician support and backup. So I think that model would be an excellent model in Traverse City. So thank you.
I'm Arlene Brennan. I'm the Executive Director of the Traverse Health Clinic, which has been mentioned a couple of times in this presentation. And we strongly support the expansion of the dental clinic through the health department. We, as many of you know from presentations, rely very heavily on a collaborative effort with the health department and all the services provided, not only in their building, but through their relationships. Our mission is to help low-income, uninsured people. Most of them are at 200% of the federal poverty level. They don't have Medicaid, and they have no alternatives. Our dental access program does not provide any direct dental restorative services. What we do is broker services by arranging access through other clinics and organizations. And Dental Clinics North has been very important in our relationship. Last year alone, we served about 650 people. We have, in the last month, had 90 people come to us asking for dental care. As Dr. Verizor pointed out, there is substantial demand, and we know the need out there is huge, and the demand itself is growing. I personally don't believe that the expansion will in any way be excess capacity for services, especially for this population in need. So I urge you to strongly consider moving forward with this proposal.
Good morning. I'm Karen Pulaski. I'm an RN. I work at Munson Urgent Care, the old osteopathic hospital area. I just wanted to share with you the support for this project. We see patients daily at urgent care for dental needs, and we don't have a dentist on practice. We can do pain management, antibiotic management, but we can't do what they need is dental management. And we have been very happy to be in support of Dental Clinics North in the past because it's one of the few access places that people of the need can get to. We see about 800 to 1,000 patients a year for dental needs, usually because they're in pain. And also, we get about a third of the money back that that's charged. So and about the third of the patients are self-pay patients. So there's definitely a need, and we do provide that, at least for the community, to get those people at least out of pain and getting healed a little bit so they can get back into the workforce and be productive citizens, but we're not the right access. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christy Johnson. I'm the manager for the emergency department in Munson. I, too, am very much in support of this project. We don't see quite as many patients as urgent care does, but we still saw about 525 patients last year alone, just for dental pain. 70% of those patients are either Medicaid or uninsured patients. They are accessing the emergency department because they have no other access. They have nowhere else to go. We do refer them to dental clinics when they can, but I know even there, they are very overwhelmed, and it sometimes takes a while to get back in, and that causes repeat visits to the emergency room and increased cost to those patients. It costs a lot of money to visit the ER, and it's not because we want to charge a lot of money, but it costs a lot of money to run an ER. So those patients are, on average, getting charged a minimum of $245, depending on what they have done, and certainly more if more is needed. So we don't have a dentist on site, so all that we are doing is treating pain and infection. So I am very much in support of this project. I think it's a great thing for the community. I think the need is absolutely huge.
Dr. Lori McMurray, I'm the clinic coordinator for the Traverse City Clinic. I don't have yearly stats or anything. I can just tell you what I do on a daily basis there. It is amazing how many patients that we have to see. I probably see on an average 19 patients a day. At least eight of those patients are emergency patients. Some of those patients have to have, more than one thing done, but we do not have the space. We do not have the capacity to take care of them fully. And that's what concerns me most, is not having the structure, not having the room, not having the chairs. They'll say, "Doctor, can you please take out this one?" Or, "Doc, can we come back?" The ladies at the front desk were telling me yesterday, we are booked 2 months ahead. 2 months ahead. And that's one doctor seeing 15 to 20 patients a day, plus the hygienist for preventative services. So I cannot speak enough about how much more space we need to take care of the people that we have to see. And it's not that we have to, for a monetary purpose. It's for health. It's totally for health care. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this time?
I'm Nancy Turner, and I'm here representing the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan. The population that is served by our agency are 60 years and older, and we see many people who get in-home care in need of dental services, and we need places to help those people get those services. I also work as a long-term care ombudsman, so I'm an advocate for people in nursing homes in the 10-county area in Northwest Michigan. We have residents in the nursing homes, too, that need dental care and don't get it because there's a lack of services. We get calls at our agency from throughout the community, and this would be all ages, because people, they get the phone book. If they have a dental need, they just start calling different agencies. So I know the need is out there. I'm also a registered dental hygienist, And historically in this community, it's been very difficult for people who are just on Medicaid to get dental services prior to this clinic coming to the community. And, you know, now we're hearing that they're bursting at the seams, so we know the need is great. So I think we need this, and we need to do something for the most vulnerable people in our population. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Dick?
I'm convinced that the building is in good enough shape and there's enough room that we can do what we've got to do out there. And I'm ready to move forward and make a motion that we go out for formal bids on the process. We're only going for bids. If it comes out too high, we can always look for another place to put up another building. But I don't think we can beat that building. It's not in that bad a shape.
I'll support that.
Let's move forward.
Okay, we have a motion to support. Any further discussion? We'll start here with Ross.
Could we at least hear the rest of the presentation?
I don't need to.
Sure. Beth?
That's a little bit what I was going to get at. I appreciate the individuals coming and speaking about the dental clinic. I don't think that any of us here on the board, it's a pretty easy sell to us because I don't think anybody here wants to do anything to deter the relationship or the expansion of the relationship. The question just becomes, do we have a long-term commitment from the dental clinic and in a contract and the lease payments? And then the other two decisions are, do you renovate or do you move? And can you afford to do that? And I think, too, we have to finish hearing the rest of the presentation specifically with respect to Dean and Jerry.
Larry?
I'd like a clarification of exactly what staff is asking for a recommendation, because you have a series of things under the recommendation column that lists 7 items, and it looks like the recommendation is to continue to move forward with the evaluation, looking at these 7 items, and then come back.
I think it is good that we finish the presentation. Some critical information still remains, but basically what we're asking for your consideration today is to allow us to move forward to do the full design and to do the bid specs, the drawings and the full design, and then bid it out, and then bring you back the project. The cost of this, we can tell you what the cost of this would be, and it's being paid for through the health department, so there'd be no additional general fund money to do that. But that'll come in the presentation, so that's what we're looking for today.
Okay, but that is essentially what Dick's motion was, I assume.
Yeah, I think it was.
Correct.
And Sonny supported that.
And just a follow-up question, if I could, from Dennis. So the assumption is with the analysis of the bond, what the new bond payment would be and those kinds of things. So is it your assessment that because the health building bond payment would expire, that the new bond payment would be equivalent, and then therefore it would be a break-even cash flow or something like that?
It is approximately break-even. Okay. Now, one of the things that we have to take into account is the fact that next year, we've reduced down our appropriation to the health department just because of our budget situation, but also we've got money that's been returned to the health department through the, remember we talked about that 3 years of money that was owed us from the federal government? We got back approximately $600,000 that could help with this, and Fred's agreed also to pay for furnishings and things. And as we get into this further, you'll see that, you know, this estimate, of course, that we have, we're pretty hopeful and confident that that's a high estimate, that it's going to come in lower than that. So there are a lot of pieces to this, but we feel that basically we can pay for it without any additional general fund appropriation. But I guess I think we need to kind of move through at least, even if we quickly do it or answer your questions, there's these other aspects of it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Sonny?
I guess my point is, you know, we're not supposed to have the discussion before we have the motion in a second.
Yeah.
So that, you know, the motion's still in order.
Yeah,
you know, I think I still want to hear from Danny and from
Ray
about
these
the
guys.
building. You know, I still have questions for Dr. Verizon about, he says a maximum of 12 chairs. You know, at 300 square foot per chair, you know, we can get 16 chairs in the square footage that we're adding in. If our continued need continues to expand, do you anticipate that we could expand this to, you know, 13 or 14 chairs?
My suggestion would be that if we decide to go bigger than that, we do have another
do another site. Okay.
Because it becomes a nightmare at the front desk, processing that many people through. I think 12 is it.
That's fine. It was just a question, you know, when I look at how many square feet you have with your 9 chairs, and I look at how many square feet you're getting, you know, we got twice as much space, so.
Well, we're going to double the sterilization area.
Well, and you have no waiting room, reception area. I understand those things. I've been there, so I don't have a problem with that. And I think, you know, Beth's exactly right. This is an easy sell for us. You know, all we just need to do is talk about the logistics of how we go about building this, how we move it forward, and, you know, a long-term commitment of a tenant.
Who's next, Fred?
Ray and Danny.
Okay.
So we'll hold off on the vote until after the presentation?
Yeah, that's fine.
While Ray's bringing that up, I do want to comment that as much as there's a community need for this, when Dr. Verizor came to us with this, saying we need more room, this was as much on the part of the health department, the desire to keep them as a tenant and to keep that synergy as it was the community dental clinic. You know, it's important to the county to keep them with us. At least that's the feeling of myself and Fred, I think, in the health department. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Thanks. Ray Kendra with CWS Architects.
Danny Brown, Director of Facilities.
So what we'll do is we'll walk you through a presentation of basically what we've been working on for the last 6 months with staff at the existing facility. I do want to say that we've spent a lot of time. We did surveys, we did departmental interviews, we had multiple meetings over the course of this process with staff and making sure that what was going to be proposed met their needs. Wasn't a Band-Aid, wasn't squeezing it into a box. We really believe we've come up with a solution here that utilizes the existing building and does so very efficiently. So with that, I will start to walk through. We have some existing pictures for the people who haven't had the opportunity to visit it lately, and these are actually from last spring, obviously, with snow on the ground, but we all know the building with the large mirrored glass windows on the bottom left there, and then the existing envelope. I also will comment, this is looking at the other side, on the west side of the facility. Seeds performed a pretty extensive energy analysis, building audit as far as the existing needs of what would need to be done. Danny's going to talk about some costs that go along with that, but what we've also tried to do is, incorporate those things in our cost estimate and what we're proposing that would be done in the future. So energy upgrades, building envelope upgrades are all part of this package, which again will add value to the building long term, make it a healthier place for people to work, ultimately a healthier place for people to come as patients, and then also kind of trying to integrate as many green building principles as we could. And on that note, I would say to utilize an existing building and not build on a green field is more environmentally conscious than going and building on an empty site. So that's why we felt pretty strongly that this was going to work out fairly well. There's a lot of infrastructure existing. These are some interior shots, pretty simple building, block construction. It's quite tired, though, and it does need to be upgraded internally in terms of finishes and some of the things along there. And as an example, I'll point to the work that was done on the third floor here, that there was a look where we were able to work within the context of this existing building. And if you've been upstairs after the renovation, obviously it's a night and day finish. And so we would propose that this would be very similar in terms of what would happen before and after. This picture, or this group of pictures, just shows some of the congestion and the needs. The picture in the middle here is the picture in the middle with the women standing at the check-in desk. It's really a corridor. We don't have adequate check-in facilities, waiting facilities for all these different clinics. So again, what we're proposing will remedy a lot of this. The picture on the bottom left is the dental clinic waiting area. And then there's some storage that obviously is lacking in the facility in the bottom right picture. So essentially the concept was there's an open space to the south of the building, which is where we're proposing to build. The addition, the red indicates that, the white is the existing structure. And then, as you can see, Garfield Road is going across the bottom of the page, and then Carriage Hill is on the left, running east-west. This is just a quick view of the existing site plan. It's kind of hard to read from here, but you've got the two separate entries. Let me see. So we've got an entry, Carriage Hill here, Garfield. We have an entry here, entry there, so two separate parking lots. The building is accessed from both the top on the west, and then this is kind of a walkout condition, lower level. This is what the site plan looks like with the addition. So again, the addition is in red. It's fairly substantial, but we do have the space in this area to accommodate that addition. Some of the comments that were made when we took it to the Planning Commission for review are reflected in this. So originally, we had a plan where we were going to have a driveway that entered kind of right in the middle here and then kind of accommodated each of those parking lots. So we were removing one curb cut, which people were very excited about from a number of avenues. But when we came back, the Planning Commission made some suggestions, and one of them was to orient the single drive farther to the west up Carriage Hill. So that was reflected. As Fred mentioned, another comment was we had a bus drop-off area incorporated, but the suggestion was made, let's create a covered drop-off right at the entry that'll accommodate patients. So that was another change that was made. They had concerns about landscaping and particularly along the parking lot as you're driving down Garfield Road. You've got a pretty large parking lot here. So the idea would be to incorporate landscaping along that east boundary. And then as well, there's an existing residential area up here and to continue to enhance the screening that occurs there. So that's primarily what will be happening site-wise. There is a good deal of parking. As we get into the program, we'll talk about some of the other programmatic type things, like when they have flu vaccination clinics and that sort of thing. We've looked at all that as to how to be able to accommodate those activities on this site as opposed to having for the health department to go off-site to do that sort of thing. So this portion here just gives you a look at the two floor plans, and you're not going to be able to read. I'll go through in detail with what's happening, but this top drawing is the upper level. The green is the dental clinic. So currently the dental clinic is housed in this area and then kind of in this area here. So you can see they're almost doubling their space. And as we've heard this morning, most of the need, I won't say most of the need, there's a great deal of need for the dental clinic. So that was identified as the primary addition will be the dental clinic. On the lower level, which is this drawing here, the yellow portion is the Emergency Operations Center. Again, it's an inadequate space right now as far as it's very small and lacks a certain amount of facilities for what that function of that operation is. So that would be housed underneath the dental clinic. In the middle section is the prevention clinic, and then the WIC clinic is the purple color. And then downstairs is kind of beige is shared areas, and then the orange is administration. So really the clinical areas are the primary focus of this addition, and then also the Emergency Operations Center. Shared areas are a result of the building, and then the administration was kind of the last piece to be filled in. But it all works as far as how the function and flow would be, because what we're looking at doing is providing, I'm going to step back to this entry, or to the site plan, I'm sorry, the entry spaces would all occur on this west side. So what we were able to do is get the entry to the dental clinic and then the shared entry to the WIC and prevention clinics, all access from that west parking lot. And then this lower section would be the east parking lot, and the lower half would be primarily staff and then administrative type functions, Emergency Operations Center. So looking at more detail or just square footage, as Dr. Reiser said, dental clinic is almost 5,000 square feet, 4,952. Material and child or WIC is 6,446. Prevention is 4,500 approximately. EOC 5,200. Administration 3,000. And then there's about 6,000 of shared space for a total of about 30,000 square feet. In those totals, the upper level renovation consists of about 9,500 square feet. The upper level addition is about 6,000 square feet, so the new footprint is at roughly 6,000 square feet of addition. If you look at the bottom right there, you'll see major renovation, about 18,756 square feet. Addition on both floors, 11,252, for again a total of about 30,000 square feet for this facility. These drawings just kind of go through and we'll give you a detailed look at each area. And as you can see, Their operatories are located throughout, and then they have the sterilization support spaces. One thing I'll point out is a pretty substantial waiting room. And if I go back to the main plan here, it's sort of difficult to read, but there's the main entry for the WIC and prevention, main entry for dental, and really these two clinical areas are shared or connected by their waiting rooms. So that idea that people would be able to be walked from one department to the other is facilitated in this plan, and I'll show you a close-up. So this actually does show it better. So here's our entry to WIC and prevention, dental clinic entry, and again, we have separate waiting rooms, but they are connected so that patients can be literally walk through waiting rooms to get from department to department. So we think that was really effective. Prevention currently is housed in this area right now. They're lacking some nursing support spaces, which were included in the addition here. But another key point that was keeping the costs in check here was that we're able to use the infrastructure that's already in place. With these types of buildings, there's obviously a lot of plumbing needs and different sort of infrastructural needs that are needing to occur for exam rooms and so forth. So we're using as much of that as possible. Moving to the next section, essentially where that existing dental clinic is now, that is where we're turning those all into exam rooms. So again, we have the infrastructure in for plumbing, electrical in place. We're going to do some wall configuration, but generally speaking, all that infrastructure is there. And that's, as somebody mentioned, you know, what do you do with this building if you were to sell it or do something different? It's not like it'd have to probably be another medical type facility just because of the intensive infrastructure that's in place currently. And then this is dropping down to the lower level where the nursing areas occur. So on the lower level, we have, I'm going to drop back here to this plan. So on the lower level, the nursing for WIC would be coming down to this area. The thing that I want to point out here is this is all pretty much non-intensive space right now. It's open office. The nursing pool for both departments are currently housed in that orange area where administration is going to be. One of the things that they asked for is they'd like their nurses to be closer to their actual clinic areas. So we were able, again, to accommodate that by putting prevention nurses here, and then just this stairway away, we had the WIC nurses there. And again, this is space that is not requiring the intensive plumbing, the intensive infrastructure, so it worked out very well for nurses and administration to fill into this area and keep it very cost effective, which I will jump over to there. So down at the lower level, Emergency Operations Center is pretty much a big open space. But the interesting thing is the way that this site is bermed, this is upper level, this is walkout down here. So really this Emergency Operations Center is kind of built into the hill. That naturally worked out to be a really neat thing, because if we were on a surface type of site for this building, it wouldn't be as appropriate for having the Emergency Operations Center kind of in a protected sort of location. So that was another synergy that worked out really great. You see some of the shared spaces occurring here, some toilet facilities, but break room, kitchen areas. We're trying to utilize, there might be large groups of people for different types of meetings at the Emergency Operations Center. So we had an opportunity to create a large shared kitchen area that would service the large amount of nurses and staff that we have as part of the health department, but also could double duty to take care of activities and functions that were happening in the Emergency Operations Center. So again, some really neat things that tied in. And then finally, you're looking at the administration area, which fills into an existing open office area, fits very well. And also having that entry be on that more staff side of things was a great thing. And that worked out. And that was actually the picture that I showed at the beginning. There's already, you know, entries in place. There's already things that look appropriate as far as entry locations and so forth. So we're having to do fairly minimal exterior improvements. This just shows some conceptual drawings of what the building would look like coming south on Garfield. So again, the existing goes to about this location here where the large mirrored glass windows are, and then we're proposing to fill in a new addition there. And then this is just looking at, from the other direction, at Carriage Hill, the new addition in this area, the existing going back beyond. And then this is one more view of the new dental clinic. And so that would be coming into the facility in just the kind of form that you would see it, we tied into the existing structure. So dollar-wise, I believe you all have in your packets the dollar costs, and we've kind of broken down everything per clinical area, just to give folks an idea of what the different costs are. This first page is strictly the building costs. There was also a fairly substantial dental clinic equipment cost, which we have listed on the next page, but you can see that we're using square footage numbers anywhere between $30 for the renovation, which is what we encountered up here at the governmental center, to $135 for the new construction of the dental clinic, which is what they've been seeing in the new dental clinics that they've building. So these are real numbers. Obviously, the bidding climate is better than it's been in a long time, so we're going to get very favorable bids, and we're hoping that these are conservative numbers and we'll actually see better pricing when it's actually bid out. Towards the bottom there are some things that were included. Existing building envelope, that was a direct response to the SEEDS analysis of the existing building that was done. So there's some improvements incorporated there, including insulation, window upgrades. The bottom piece, the elevator modernization. The final slide will be some things that Danny will address specifically that were going to be elements that they're going to be having to put dollars into in the next few years anyways. And then the next page just shows some of the soft costs, the overall project cost, but I do want to point out towards the bottom there, dental equipment, $556,000. There's a very substantial chunk of dollars here that's associated with dental clinics. So when we talk about new construction, if we plugged in the 30,000 square feet at even $125 or $100 a square foot is $3 million, we're likely to be closer to $125 a square foot, so we'd be approaching $3.75 million. That's just for building. That wouldn't include land costs, that wouldn't include soft costs, and it wouldn't include equipment costs, which again are fairly substantial. So I think that as a project, you'd be approaching $5 million as opposed to what we're talking about here of closer to $3.5 million. So the final slide is some things that Danny had put in his 5-year capital improvement plan.
Yeah, I just want to point out that if we do not do this project, we still have to spend some money on that building. We have to put a new roof on it, probably within the next couple of years. It's probably around $60,000, $65,000. The elevator's never been modernized, and the state is getting real picky about how these elevators operate. And that's a $70,000 item. The air handler and condenser for the break room is $5,000. But as you can see, there are certain things. Now, one thing that's not on here is carpet. The carpet is really in bad shape in that building. So if we don't do the renovation, we're going to have to figure out how to get the carpet done. I would say that building carpet's probably going to run about $25,000.
Danny, I'm sorry, we can't see that. Well, I can't see that.
Neither can I.
So just make sure you ran through every one of those items that are on that list, because we don't have that in the packet.
No.
And we, all right, I got replace a large two-stage cooling unit and piping, that's $12,000. And that's it. I went through everything else.
I thought I see something there. It says roof replacement.
Well, the roof has to be replaced.
Yeah,
Elevator modernization, which
You
are
said
also
that.
included.
What's the roof? How much is the roof up there?
Well, Ray has 60, yeah, 60 on that or 65? Yeah, it's 65 on the other slide.
Yeah.
It's between that, somewhere in that area.
We had
These are rough
approximately
numbers.
$65,000 on the re-roof. I think Danny was looking at it originally as just putting a new membrane on. We were looking at, again, the opportunity to make energy improvements at the same time we're doing that. So, and any existing building that you're going to be looking at, I think we're going to, of this age in particular, whether it's here or somewhere else, we're going to have the same envelope in improvements that are going to need to be undertaken for a building of this age. We're going to want better insulation on the walls. We're going to want better insulation on the roof, better windows if they're not there. So any existing facility would have that. Obviously, new construction, you'd be building that into the cost with the newer construction. And we did also put in LEED certification costs if that was something that wanted to be considered. The idea was, again, we want to make this building as energy efficient as possible, but also a health department to have good indoor air quality, to have a good, healthy environment, obviously was very important. So we are proposing at this point that we would also be able to pursue LEED certification by reusing the existing building, major upgrades to the mechanical, and ultimately that will benefit the county in operating costs, life cycle costs, which we always want to take into consideration.
So I'd like to point out two things about that. This number includes a $125,000 contingency. it's important that we remember that it's a remodel, and you know what we've done in remodels in the past. You start pulling walls off, and you're always finding things you don't expect. So, in all likelihood, that could be spent. And the $25,000 LEED certification, you're going to be asked, if we move forward, you'll be asked later to decide whether you want to do that or not. I mean, all that is someone to come in and that's $25,000 to say it's certified. And so, when I said, well, you put it in the estimate, the commission will decide whether they want to do that. That's not something to decide now, that's something to decide down the road. But I wanted you to understand that. The other thing I did want to point out before we get into Dean and Jerry's information is, there are some other grants out there that we're kind of working on. Fred's worked on a couple. I've been having contact with our federal legislators, and there's some potential to do something with the EOC through Homeland Security. Nothing definite, but there's some possibilities there too that might help bring this cost down even further.
Excuse me, could you repeat what you said about the comparison to the $125 a square foot? Was that building new, did you say?
Building new, from what they've been experiencing, would be anywhere from $125 to $135 a square foot versus, correct, yes.
Ray?
Total project cost of?
Go ahead and answer.
Total project cost then of around?
I think when we calculated that, we were around $40 a square foot. It's somewhere in that neighborhood. I thought I had it on there, and
No.
It says 83.
83.
Oh, I'm sorry, 83. So yes, I apologize. I was looking at the existing renovation. We used a number, I think this building here came out about $38 a square foot. Obviously, there was minimal plumbing and things that happened here. So with the $83 would be correct, yes.
That 83 includes the $120 square foot for the dental area.
That includes $135 a square foot, yes.
So
Yep. So
expensive for the dental area, not very expensive for the other areas. But I guess to get back to the commissioner's question earlier, Ray, could you give some sense of the cost of building this facility new? You touched on it. The cost of building this facility new as opposed to the cost of renovating the existing facility, because that was a question that was asked. So talk about that for another minute, if you would.
right, again, I would say we're looking at $83 a square foot to bring this building up to a very high level of energy efficiency use standard. Fred, the plan, the staff felt that the plan was not they were very happy with the way the plan ended up in terms of operationally. So, often you'll say, well, if we had a brand-new site, we would do it this way. I think that they're very excited about the way this plan will flow, so I feel it's as good as a new plan from that standpoint as far as function and efficiency. Again, new construction costs would be upwards of $125 to anywhere up to $150 potentially, so that would put us for the building at 30,000 square feet. If I used $100 or $125 would be $3.75 million for new construction. And I think 125 is a very reasonable number. Dr. Verizor indicated that that's what they're building new clinics for, freestanding clinics. So obviously we're then saving, $40,000 to $50,000 or $40 to $50 a square foot for the actual construction costs. Again, land not included, equipment not included in those numbers. Those are tacked on. So overall project cost would be much closer to $5 million and above.
From a standpoint of when you visit the facility now, it's terrible as far as trying to find what department that you're going to when somebody accesses the building. And you mentioned you're having two separate entrances, one for dental and one for the WIC program and other health services. How are you going to delineate those and make sure that we're not having the same issue when people come up to the building?
I think the key thing will be that covered drop-off area will identify one entry, and then as you drive up to that covered drop-off, there'll be significant entry for the dental that would be signed appropriately and everything else. But even at that point, once you get in the building, that was always a big concern of staff is, right now, if they are on different levels and they have some different things going on, to get people from point A to point B was going to be a real issue. So having a single point of entry for the WIC and prevention clinic makes it more efficient. So if somebody would walk in, there's a reception area right here, then they could be directed to the prevention waiting room or the WIC waiting room. There's two different types of clientele that are served for each of those departments, so they didn't want to do a shared waiting room, but we were still able to achieve a single point of reception where you'd come in and you could be directed, one direction or the other for waiting. So that was a big improvement to what they currently have, because right now you come into a corridor and you don't know where to go. So the first thing that you'd be met with is a large reception area and then be directed appropriately to appropriate waiting rooms on either side. And then the dental clinic, again, having its own patient group, it just seemed to be the right thing to do, to have a separate entry. Fred had previous experiences where you can have too much at one entry and it gets too mixed up. So we felt between WIC and prevention, that worked out really well to have that single point of entry. Yet, if somebody did happen to come here looking for the dental clinic, it was just a short walk through the reception area to get you to the dental clinic. So
Okay, that was my question. If they do happen to come in the wrong door, which
happens now, so it's, yeah.
Well, but you mentioned you'll be having appropriate signage and so forth. But if they were to happen to, and they came in the further north entrance, it's not like, go down the hall, 3 doors to the right, then take your second left.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
It was more, if you go through that reception area right there, there'll be a door, and then you'll be right in the clinic. So, no, it worked out extremely well, all things considered with, it is always challenging to work with an existing building, but we feel really great about this plan, so.
Sonny?
Danny, I guess I have one question for you. I couldn't tell in this, how much of the mechanicals in this renovation are we replacing?
All the air handlers. They will be
The air
put on the
handlers
roof.
and the furnaces, or just the air handlers?
Well, some of the furnaces and boilers are new, actually, fairly new.
Well, a couple of them are, but the people that installed the other ones have been dead for a long time.
Yes, true.
Or at least retired.
They will be replaced, yes.
Yeah, there's equipment in here that there's no way we can even dream about finding parts and service
Right,
for.
that's correct.
We're cobbling them together regularly, so I was just trying to make sure that we were updating that equipment as part of this renovation.
Yes, that's going to happen, that would happen in this plan.
Ross?
I have basically a follow-up question to that. Are we redesigning like ductwork, how ductwork runs and airflows and all those kinds of things, circulation, if you will?
To be efficient as much as possible, where we used existing rooms and everything, we would be able to utilize existing conditions. The main air handling equipment, as Danny said, would be replaced, and then some of the ductwork would be utilized, but where we have new areas or reconfiguration of space, we certainly would have to rework some of the ductwork that's done.
I only say this because one of the complaints I've heard from, staff down there is that, you have basically separate pieces of the building, and it's not designed very well, it doesn't work very well, and I didn't know how much of that you were, reworking to improve.
Out of the budget, I would say, approaching a third of the budget was major mechanical renovation, so there was a substantial amount of money. I think we broke it up into, at the bottom there, we pulled out the dental clinic mechanical and plumbing, and we put that in the dental clinic number. We did the same thing with the EOC, so those numbers reflect mechanical and electrical being included in plumbing in those numbers.
For the existing.
But then the ones that you see line item there, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, there's some specific numbers that were allocated for existing building modifications and improvements. But the major unit upgrades was a key thing for sure. Again, we want to get this thing to be more efficient, energy efficient as it operates, and the life cycle costs to have a payback for you, so.
Okay, any further questions? Or can we move on to financial?
Just one more question.
Ross?
For Ray. Does it make sense to pour this much money into, an old building that may be functionally obsolete?
We have found ourselves over the last 10 years, we do a lot of schoolwork as well. And again, as I mentioned at the beginning, there's a movement to reuse the existing building stock as opposed to encouraging sprawl, going out to new greenfield sites, as we call them. So really, this is recycling on a big scale. And as long as the infrastructure is solid, which is a concrete block building, the key thing is that you want to make envelope improvements and get better insulation on the walls, better windows, re-roof, and that's what we're proposing to do here. So yes, we've been doing it for years. A lot of people come in, bulldoze or build on new sites, and we've come back and found that it's always more cost-effective to use existing buildings, and as long as we can get the plans to work and things to work out efficiently, and working with Fred and his staff, we were able to do that. We feel very good and confident about what we've got going on here, so.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, our financials.
We have a motion. Dick Thomas's
I
motion.
thought we were going to sit through the presentation first. Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, what we gave you was just a snapshot summary of the total costs. I went through a process of taking Ray's estimated construction costs and allocated those costs to the various functional portions of the building, including the dental clinic. We completely ignored any possibility of getting any federal grants that Dennis had referred to. So I feel that, these numbers are very conservative. So then, after allocating the cost to the various clinical functions, we took the portion of the dental clinic and determined what portion of the total bond issue that would be required to finance this, and allocated that to the dental clinic and spread that out over a 20-year period, and basically presented that cost figure to Dr. Verizor and his group. And, that was pretty much right in line with what their expectations for payments for the leased space would be. And then basically, we took the remaining debt service and allocated that to the health department, and that turned out to be right in line with our existing rental payments. So we didn't try to come up with any square footage cost and compute a rent. We've just approached it from the standpoint that, pretty much the existing financing out of the health department budget, coupled with lease payments from the dental clinic, would cover the cost of this project. And, also included on that analysis, I just want to mention is we did throw in the existing facilities cost. When we talked to the dental clinic, in their other clinical arrangements, they typically pay their own utilities, and they also provide their own janitorial services. So that is kind of the assumption that we worked under in pulling this together. So I felt quite comfortable in taking the existing facilities cost, which is basically utilities and supplies required. It doesn't include the cost of a janitor, I believe, but those costs are also factored into this analysis. So basically, between our existing rental payments and what we would anticipate negotiating with the dental clinic, we felt fairly confident that this project can be financed.
Ross?
Do you know what interest rate the bond counsel used in his estimates?
The interest rates, or the coupons, go from 2%, the initial coupons that would be due in September of 2012 are at 2%, and they increase over the 20-year period up to 4.4% in 2031.
We did provide or receive, we actually obtained that information from Axon Eklund. That was not anything that Jerry, myself, or Bill Rokas did.
I understand
It came
that.
from bond counsel.
Do you know what the average is? Do you have the cumulative?
I don't believe that was provided.
It's kind of difficult because it's
Right.
a erratic schedule, so it's kind of difficult to compute that. I guess I attempted to do that on the dental clinic portion, and it actually was, in the neighborhood of 4%, I believe, so.
And the health department owns all the equipment in the dental clinic?
Actually, the way this would work is, originally, Jerry kind of made it sound like it was a little easier than it was with Dr. Verizer. I mean, we did have some negotiation back and forth. Initially, what we wanted to do, they wanted us to look at the option of financing the equipment, which we were glad to do. Originally, we looked at it as a useful life of 10 years, and we changed this and we asked for the rent to be at a higher level. We thought they were only going to sign a 10-year agreement with us. The numbers didn't work out for them. We changed it and put it over 20 years with the agreement that any replacement equipment would be replaced by them. They're going to take responsibility for it, so it's a net, no change to us, no cost to us, and they agreed to sign a 20-year agreement. So based on that, we were able to spread it across the 20.
Okay, do we own the equipment that's in use now?
No. It's really kind of, when we first got it, as Fred explained it to me, we bought it, and the idea was as if they left, we would keep it. But since then, equipment has been replaced, things have changed since there, and I would say, Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, it's really the clinic's equipment at this point.
Actually, it's owned by the health department of Northwest Michigan.
That's what I meant, yeah. So this would still be the same.
So basically, the equipment that's in the estimate for a little over $500,000 is the 3 extra chairs and whatever support. No?
It's new.
It's all new for the whole clinic.
Some of the equipment, the majority of the equipment that's in the existing structure has run its useful life. It's usable, but it isn't.
I mean, we're buying equipment for a 12-chair dental clinic entirely for $500,000? That seems like a bargain.
Well, there's x-ray equipment.
Well, it's his estimates. It's their estimates.
I mean, I would assume.
It's Dr. Verizer's estimates from his vendor.
That's cool. That's fine. I'm good with that.
That's pretty pricey.
I think it's okay. If they want it, we can give it to them. Yeah, we just asked them to give us what their numbers were for what they needed.
Okay, that's fine.
What, if you don't mind, Fred Kiesler, is what the plan is that the addition will be put onto the building, fully equipped for the dental clinic, and then when that is ready, they would abandon the existing clinic, and then they would start their services there, and then the dental clinic area would then be renovated for the WIC program. So, the attempt is we want to minimize or have no interruption of services during this process.
And so then once they move to the new dental clinic, the old dental equipment owned by Health Services of Northern Michigan would then be taken away by Health Services of Northern Michigan.
Right.
Okay.
So you got a 2-phase project here, 2 or 3?
No, it's
4 or 5.
Yeah, it's going to be several.
It's got to be a hectic year, so.
You know, so the key here was, we're able to provide them, we're able to bond this, probably get better rates than what they're going to get. But the key to it clearly was them making a long-term commitment, which they were glad to do. And so since we have the 20-year commitment, you know, and those agreements have to be written, of course, you know, we're comfortable that, you know, as long as we're getting paid for it, you know, over that time, we're good with it. I do have a question for Fred and Jerry. In terms of the health department equipment and furnishings, did we finally decide our intent was to bond that, or are you guys going to pay that out of fund balance?
It was included in the computation for the bond,
Okay.
you know, to be bonded. But this, again, Dennis, was just to demonstrate that, you know, it's not how it has to be.
Right.
It was just to demonstrate that the project could be financed in this manner.
That.
Okay, that's fine.
We may change some aspects of this as we get to the final point if you decide to move forward.
Sonny?
I guess I would expect a lot of this to look different once we see bids and formal ready for contracts and all of those kind of things. I expect a lot of this to be different than the numbers that we have before us right now. And I think the discussion will be had at that time whether or not we're going to utilize some existing equipment, whether we're going to use fund balance to purchase some of that equipment. That's all discussion for a later time. It has nothing to do with moving forward. The only question I had at all, and you know, I like the idea of having the clinic all done, so it's a turnkey thing where they just walk in there and see patients at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You know, that's the right way to do this. The only thing I was questioning at all was, is this lease payment to them a fixed rate for 20 years?
I think it is, isn't it?
Well, that's the way we're presenting it.
That's the way it's outlined.
But that's, yeah, whether
It could
winds
change.
up being that way.
It could be graduated, it could change. We haven't gotten to that point.
Beth,
We
you
know
have a
we have to be in this range in order for it to financially work for the dental clinic.
We have to recover $2 million worth of money from them over the next 20 years. Yeah.
No, I just, I support that. When I was talking about, do you renovate or do you move, and then can you afford to do the renovation or expansion or the move? I think that renovating that property seems to be probably the way to go, and I would support that. As far as can we afford it, it looks like we can afford it. The only distinction I want to make is that when we've said it doesn't cost us any more, I mean, I just want to make that distinction that we have paid off the original bond, and that's what's freeing up that money.
Absolutely.
So it's not as if, I mean, that's kind of like analogous to me saying I'll take money out of savings to pay off my mortgage and
Yeah.
go buy a more expensive house, and it didn't cost me anything because the payment's the same.
Right.
It does cost you something.
Let me just say that, to address two of those questions. First of all, as I said earlier, we cannot defend the idea that there might not be a better place to build this. We absolutely can't. We did not do that. We worked under the premise that we worked under when we built the new court building, when we moved the sheriff and the city police to Woodmere, and when we renovated the historic courthouse. Basically, the direction that we were given in all those projects by the board was, in this climate, in this situation, it cannot cost any more than what we're already collecting, and it has to be done from existing funds. And so, quite honestly, that's what I told them. I said, you got to go out and you got to make it work within the existing numbers. And I'm confident that it will work within the existing numbers. You know, I think everyone would rather have a new building, and probably in a better location. It's just that we were trying to do it in the cheapest manner that we could to build what we needed and not to spend more taxpayers' dollars. And that's why we came up with this. But I do believe, as Ray said to you, it's proven successful in the sheriff's building. I mean, we knew that eventually the board, when I talked to the board at that time, the plan was, we bought this property at Lafreniere, we're going to build a new jail, we're going to build a new sheriff's building at Lafreniere. And we had lots of discussion about that. And at the time, even the sheriff was very much opposed to doing the Woodmere building. But we were able to take a bank building, renovate it for a couple $1 million, keep it within the amount we were currently spending, and we knew that it bought us 15 to 20 years. And that just, while a new building would have been much more desirable all around, that was a good solution in this economic climate, and we did it without spending any more tax dollars. So, and that's what we kind of went with here. And I would say this, if the board wants to have that discussion and the board feels that it has merit at looking at a new building, we are totally willing to go that route. Whatever the board wants, we'll do. But I would only ask that if you're going to do that, that you do it kind of with the vision that you're willing to spend what it's going to cost to build a new building. I don't want to delay a year or 18 months, go look out at other things, and find out that there's no real will to spend an extra $1.5 million or $2.5 million to go to a new location. So that's what we base this on.
You know, when you mentioned the location, there may be better locations, and that's true. There may be, you know, the idea of it being in that kind of crossing area with the Walmart there, your pharmacy, grocery store, all of that sort of thing. There's merit to that, and it was interesting what you said about the Cherryland Center. But, you know, it's not in a bad location right now.
No.
I mean, and I see that from the map of the clientele, and I see that from the response when they did their surveying, which I give them credit for.
Well, one of the things I think we need to do is we need to spend a little more time with Garfield Township, talking about the possibility of installing sidewalks, caring for access to the building. I mean, that in itself is something that could improve it. You know, instead of looking at it from our aspect, there's some things they could do to help us too.
Ross?
I just have one final comment. Since you are going to be looking at, you know, available grants and so forth, I would hope you would also include available grants for building a new building as well as a renovation.
Okay.
And if there's a possibility we can get a much larger grant for a new building, that would, you know, might change the decision down the road.
All right, we will certainly look at that.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. I would like to address that. I think we'll just go, all in favor, say aye.
Can you just do
Aye.
it?
Aye.
I mean,
Move forward, essentially.
okay, to go out for bids,
Right.
correct?
Do the bid, we have to
All
do
right.
the bid specifications, the design, full design, and go out for bids.
Okay.
So you can do the vote?
Yes. All those in favor of moving this project forward to the next phase, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, now we're moving on to C, MSU. Okay, finally. Unless somebody wants to take a break.
Yeah, let's take a
5-minute break?
Break?
All right.
5-minute break?
5-minute break. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good plan. Try to whip him into shape, will you?
Yes, ma'am, yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the Resource Management Administration Committee with the MSU Extension.
Good morning, Pat.
Hi, good morning. I'm Patrick Hudney, the District Coordinator with MSU Extension. I'm here this morning to discuss kind of our ongoing restructuring efforts and one of the key components of that. I believe in your packets this morning you have a letter that I addressed to Administrator Aloya and also a copy of a one-year memorandum of agreement that I'd like to ask for your approval on today or at your next full board meeting. Extension is continuing through our restructuring process. Most of our staff have found out what their new assignments are going to be, and we're in the process of moving staff into those assignments. One of the key components of our restructuring efforts is how our 4-H youth development program is staffed across the whole state. Again, our significant changes with our long-term non-end dated memorandums will be coming in the 2012 fiscal year. So I'll be coming back to you after the 2011 fiscal year begins and talking about that information. A key piece of that is there's been a subcommittee that our administrators in East Lansing have been working with. Dennis is a member of that subcommittee, as well as some commissioners and administrators from other counties in northern Michigan. And we've been vetting different ideas through that subcommittee about what these standardized agreements should and could look like. One of the things that the committee members, the subcommittee members that Dennis is part of have told our organization is that they're giving opinions, but you need much broader input. There's 83 counties, many elected officials, many other county administrators, and you need broader input. So that's a wonderful suggestion, and we're going to follow through with that. Later this month, there'll be a website that is going to be made available. We'll communicate with every elected county commissioner in the state, every county administrator and controller in the state, and we're going to direct people to that website. If people do not use email, we'll get you a hard copy of a letter, and then we can help you get to that website. But the focus of that is there's going to be different possibilities that are identified on that website, and we'd like commissioners' reactions to those examples, because that's at this point what they are examples of what would be palatable to Grand Traverse County commissioners and Emmett County commissioners and the other 81 counties in the state. In our efforts, again, to try to move to this more standardized agreement of how we work with our county partners and other funding partners. So please look for that information. It will be coming out shortly. In moving in that direction, I present to you today this one-year memorandum of agreement. And this is a one-year agreement that would start with the new fiscal year, January 1st, and conclude December 31st. And as I started to say, our 4-H Youth Development Program, the way that we are requesting those positions be filled is what we call a paraprofessional, a program instructor within our organization. And our goal is to have a program instructor as the 4-H program coordinator in every county in the state. Currently, we have a memorandum that we work under with Grand Traverse County, and it's a shared funded academic level position. And we're asking that memorandum be terminated and replaced with this memorandum for 1 year. That is a shared funded position where you pay part of the salary, and I'm trying to remember, Dennis, if that one pays part of the fringe as well. But I know it pays part of the salary, and the current line item for that is just over $30,000 that you provide for the 4-H position. This agreement moves 100% of the salary and fringe cost onto Grand Traverse County, and that is going to be about a $45,000, $46,000 cost to hire a new position with salary and fringe for our organization. That being said, we are assuming the costs 100% of our academic level staff. So the portion of that position, the academic level position that you were funding previously, our organization is going to assume the costs of. So all of our academic staff that are working out of the Grand Traverse Extension Office, we fund the salary and fringe benefits cost for. We also want to fill this position as an MSU Extension employee. All of this falls within the reduced budget constraints that we've requested in our 2011 budget, and that I believe we've already discussed with you previously. We're not asking for additional resources. In fact, our budget going into 2011 is decreased over the 2010 appropriation. But again, it does move the salary and fringe benefits cost 100% for this paraprofessional position onto Grand Traverse County in this one-year agreement. This piece will be standard moving into the 2012 fiscal year and these standardized memorandums that we're working on. So not only is it is not only cost neutral to Grand Traverse County, our budget is actually reduced going into 2011, but we're adjusting the way that we request county resources to be used. Part of these cuts that we're working on and focusing on is again, our administrative streamlining. We're investing more resources in our programmatic positions. And this does that because we're actually gaining a position here in Grand Traverse County. Wanda Repke, who is currently our 4-H educator, will not be working directly with the 4-H program in 2011. The goal is within the first quarter, if this is approved, of 2011, we will have posted and filled this position. She will continue to work in Grand Traverse County, but have a different focus for her work. And we will have a multi-county academic 4-H educator that will oversee these paraprofessional positions. In this case, it'll be Leelanau County, Grand Traverse County, Benzie County, and Manistee County. But this 4-H educator will work with these 4-H program instructors serving each county independently. So this position is a single county position for Grand Traverse County.
Russ?
I move that we approve the memorandum of agreement with Michigan State University Extension for the 4-H extension educator.
I'll support. And moved by...
Coordinator, excuse me, program coordinator, that's what we're approving.
Moved by Commissioner Richardson, supported by Commissioner Wheelock. Christine?
Are the benefits defined benefit or defined contribution?
It's defined benefits, and defined contribution for retirement is part of that? Is that? I want to make sure I understand your question.
The retirement, is it defined benefit or defined contribution?
It's a contribution, it's a defined contribution. And again, the legacy costs for that are on the university.
Yeah, all new positions are defined contribution. So one of the things, Pat's been great to work with. There's still a lot of stuff to be done, but one of the things that, this kind of goes in the opposite direction of where Pat knows I'd like it to go eventually. This idea of having county employees, state employees, I would eventually someday like to get to the point where they're state employees and we contract for the services that they provide. But that's problematic because we've got these people here that are county employees, that have been county employees, that are in a county system that we don't want to pull out of a county system. This is a good interim step, and Pat and Dean and I met on this, and it is cost neutral to us. It's just switching the way the money's being spent, so I think it's fine.
And part of our goal with it, that's a great point, where we're Michigan State employees, university employees, just a point of clarification. And our goal is to move resources away from administration and or support into programmatic positions. So we will be making some more substantial shifts to the Extension Office moving into 2012. We are going to, in our next request, ask to reduce the amount of support staff that Grand Traverse County provides and shift some of those funds into programmatic positions.
The next question I have is a little off topic. Dennis, at the moment, it's my understanding that MSU Extension does not pay any rent for their office space.
Yeah. That's historically been the case across the state. It's part of the agreement for them coming into the counties and providing services. It's something I expect we're going to have discussions about over the next year as we develop the new kind of universal contract between the state and the county. I don't know what the result of that be. I'm sure MSU will say, if you want us there, you're going to need to provide some space for us. But they're the only ones that we do that with. It's unusual.
Okay, we have a motion for Sonny?
I guess, my concern about this project, I'm still confused. Is this going to be a county employee working, or it will be an MSU employee and we will fund it?
This will be a university employee that you will fund.
Yep.
And again, the goal is these programmatic positions need to be led and employed by the university. And actually, our employment costs, our salary and fringe benefits package is less than it would be for a comparable level county employee.
You're going to have to prove that to me. But having said that, what this is, so what's different here is there's going to be a 4-H coordinator, that's going to be over a number of counties that are under Pat's jurisdiction. But this is going to be a person in Grand Traverse County that will lead the 4-H efforts.
Correct. On a day-to-day, single county position that we're discussing under this memorandum is a Grand Traverse County-centric position that provides the day-to-day leadership, supervision, training, and support for the county's 4-H program.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to continue to move on with the memorandum of agreement. Larry?
I guess I'd like to just point out that although this relationship with MSU Extension is by virtue of the agreement in the letter really focuses on this 4-H situation. I think we need to be reminded that the MSU Extension does provide a lot of other services to counties around the state of Michigan, including Grand Traverse, that really isn't in this agreement, that we are not, I think, in essence, not charged for. I mean, they do they help with, they partner with Michigan Association of Counties for the county commissioner training. They assist in like the regional meetings, like northern Michigan counties. They go in there and help facilitate the meetings, get speakers there, make sure that all the issues are current, and we can bring that stuff back if we need to for work. So they do a lot of other things in terms of the local governmental area, focused really on, what we kind of focus on the county commission. I'm sure that you guys do a lot more in MSU Extension that, we receive a benefit for in the long run with a number of other programs we got within the county. But, we always focused on really the whole package before when we talked about MSU Extension, because Jim Wiesing came in, he helped us with strategic planning and didn't charge us, and there were a number of things that we got from MSU Extension, and we got into the discussion about how do we move forward with the presentation of the counties about your new structure. I suggested you might want to list everything that you do for us that's gratis, and oh, by the way, we have this thing right here that we really need to take care of. So. But anyway,
I appreciate you saying that. This memorandum is the fiscal relationship for just one position.
Right.
We have 6 academic staff, educators, or used to be called agents, that work out of that office. This is the largest unit we have. And again, our horticulture research station, those are all our employees. So our Michigan Sea Grant program, which you hear a lot about locally. We just had the workshop on Asian carp in the summit a week ago, Monday. Again, I appreciate you saying that, and ultimately I'll be able to come to you with a complete resource list of the people that serve Grand Traverse County and beyond out of Grand Traverse County. Part of that is we're looking at increasing our investment. This is not a decrease in any way of the university's resources or commitment to the county. This is an increased resource base. We're looking at relocating John Amrine, our state and local government educator, to the Grand Traverse County office in 2011 to replace that bit that we lost with Jim Wiesing's retirement in some of the state and local government work. So it is a broader package. This is the funding relationship that exists for one program within that whole package.
We're fortunate to have Pat located here in Traverse City. Because I think, we'll get more access to them, I think. But I have to tell you, I'm still skeptical about this reorganization. Pat is the perfect example, and he's like full of energy. But how many counties do you have?
9.
He has 9 counties. The 9 directors have left. He has to, like in our county, Susan Rinkney's still there, but there's no Jim Wiesing. He has to manage each of the 9 counties as the director for all 9 of them, plus come to every county board, talk to every county administrator, it's an inordinate amount of work. I just don't know how. I hope it works. If it can work, it's going to work with Pat. I'll say that.
I appreciate that.
John's office will be up here instead of in Wexford?
That's our goal. Yep.
That's
a good thing.
Move.
Yep.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Everyone understands it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Pat.
One more plug for the new county commissioner training. I believe there's cards you have all on your desks. Provide them in your mailbox, and look forward to seeing you in Grayling.
Okay, great.
And now we're moving to D, Parks and Rec.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jason Jones, Parks and Recreation Director.
Kip Moore, Aquatic Manager.
Some items were pulled from the agenda. Are we handling those first?
You want to do those first?
Either way.
It's fine.
All right, then we're going to the baseball evaluations on A5.
Oh, we're not taking them in order?
No, you wanted to do the ones pulled first.
Okay, I pulled that, and I would like to make a motion that we table the baseball evaluation for a minimum of a month, so we have time to examine it and talk about it intelligently. I didn't have the opportunity to review that document in its entirety to my satisfaction.
I'll support that.
So you have a motion.
Motion by Fleece, support by Richardson.
Yeah,
Dennis?
I was just going to say, I don't know that there was any action required on that. That was information for the commissioner, so you can table as long, you can do
I
as
know,
long as
but
you want.
I'm not in a position today to ask Jason any questions
yeah.
that I may have.
Just let us know when you want him back, and
Yeah, a
we'll
month-
bring him back.
Next month's fine.
That's fine.
We just were to receive and file it.
Well, but he pulled it off because he wanted
Yeah.
to ask some questions.
We'll have Jason back next month to answer questions on it.
Simple enough.
All right, very good. Everyone understand the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
I have
Okay, we
a
will
quick-
table this then.
Just a quick question about the baseball evaluations. Did you guys receive the color copies?
Yes.
Okay, because I know the black and white are somewhat hard to read.
60-some pages of them.
Correct.
Hey, Jason,
And a lot of bar
real
graphs.
quickly with respect to that, you did a
charts.
thorough job surveying both of the different populations, the two different populations. Did we have, or maybe we received it earlier, kind of a financial rundown of baseball from the season?
I have not sent that out. That is included in the 2010 budget, and I can create that for you.
Why don't you create that analysis and get it to us so that,
Next month.
Kind of added?
get it to us in a week or two so we can get it to commissioners, and then it can be
Right.
added when the evaluation comes next month, okay?
All right, now we're going to move on to this,
I-
item B4, Civic Center.
I just wanted to add one more thing. Could
Was
I,
tabled.
well, as long as we're requesting information, can I request some too? The financials, Jason, right now, when I looked at the budget information for the Parks and Rec meeting, it's just one lump sum. Can you indicate how much staff time was allotted for the program, please?
I can work with Dean Bott to do that. It's going to be a tough number to come up with 6 months afterward, but I can try.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can move on to this master plan, please.
Oh, I just, had wanted to say, this is basically a $15,000 contribution to the county by one individual. And so I would make a motion to approve the, let's see, what was the wording?
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I don't believe we voted on the motion to table the
Yeah, we
baseball
did.
thing.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
That's all right. Maybe it was just this side of the room, didn't you? I must have missed it. I probably voted. How did I vote?
It's hard to believe.
We didn't get refreshed.
We know you didn't vote no.
Better call another recess.
So, anyway.
Okay, we have a motion coming up here.
This is basically a $15,000 contribution to the county by one individual. So I wanted to make sure that maybe we send a letter from the Board of Commissioners through Dick, acknowledging that and thanking them for the generous donation. So I'd make a motion to approve the resolution for the Grand Traverse County Parks and Rec Commission with respect, it doesn't have a number on it, but with respect to the master plan agreement.
Okay, motion by Friend.
Second.
Second by Richardson.
And send that letter.
Yeah, I think for those people that are watching on TV, perhaps, you could expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm not familiar. If
I
you wanna
can.
go
Okay.
Russ Clark, who is a member of the Parks and Rec Commission, volunteered to do the Civic Center Master Plan. Originally, in the budget, we have this year $15,000 to allocate towards the Civic Center Master Plan. And Russ Clark volunteered, R. Clark and Associates volunteered his firm to develop that Civic Center Master Plan. In return, he would like the county board to dedicate that $15,000, which we were going to have to pay to get this work done, towards implementation of the Civic Center Master Plan. So in effect, Commissioner Clark is donating $15,000 to Grand Traverse County Parks and Rec. And thank you.
And when I read that in the packet, I was like, oh my gosh, that is so generous. And I mean, I've known Russ for about 6 years. He would do stuff out at the township as well. But I think it speaks volumes to his commitment and his leadership and just the quality of individual that he is.
And this is just one of many contributions, and most recently, Russ sat down and did an entire, we came up with a memorial tree program primarily from a facilities staff person, Paul Johnson. And Russ sat down, and I mean, he did the research for where the trees are going to go in the Civic Center. Well, I just can't say enough good things about the work that he's done for Grand Traverse County Parks.
You know, and what I find unusual about Russ is normally an individual like that, and he's a very civic-minded individual, but I ran into Russ totally unexpected. It was the last place I would have ever wanted to see him, or would have expected to see him, was at the Walloon Lake last summer in July, Engine and Thresher Show. And he has a very fine farm that he shows at the different shows around. And I would never, he and his wife were there, and we had lunch together, and I would never have believed that Russ would have that like a hobby, you know, but he does, and he has a mighty fine farm also.
You wouldn't
Good to
take it
know.
off his hands, would you?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we can move on to, the first agenda item is quarterly report.
We're going to start off with, Kim's going to give a quarterly presentation, or a presentation regarding the events that have gone on at within the Easling Pool, and that'll lead into my presentation of the overall update of the Grand Traverse Parks and Recreation Department.
Good morning, Commissioners. I was kind of asked to kind of talk about the makeover that Easling Pool has had this year. And so I've taken a lot of great opportunities to change up some programs and add some events. One of the first programs that we added this year, actually we started it in December of last year, was Aqua Camp. Aqua Camp is essentially the kids come into the Civic Center, they get 1 hour of arts and crafts, a safety lesson, little bit of game time and stuff. Then they move to the pool, they get an hour swimming lesson, and then they get an hour of open swim time. We tried this in several different time periods throughout the year. We did it, like I said, over winter break last year. We did it over spring break. We ended up having 15 enrolled in that one and 15 or more on the waiting list for that program. We tried it again this summer. We did 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off to see how that worked. We found that the best time for Aqua Camp is the end of summer and the spring break time. So we'll be hitting on those this year. So it was a good trial and error to see what the community's needs were for that. The next kind of makeover item that the pool had over 2010 was our underwater egg hunt event. This was a very fun event, very new to the community. We got a lot of positive feedback. We made the Channel 7 and 4 news with it. We had a lot of people saying that they wanted to return next year, that they were going to tell their friends about it. It was a paid event. They had to pre-register. It was $5 per kid. The parents were free. The staff had a lot of fun with it, and we're already scheming up what we're going to do with this event for next year. So we're looking forward to the growth in that event. These are just a couple of pictures from that event. You can see the lines of people that were waiting at some of the carnival events, parents in the water helping their kids. As I mentioned on the previous slide, there were over 240 Easter eggs sitting at the bottom of the pool for these kids to swim down and get. It was really great that we've got that, we kind of call it the puddle area, kind of off to the side where it only goes to 2 feet deep. It was great for those younger kids that could get in and just kind of reach their arm down and maybe get their ear wet if they were kind of afraid of the water. But you saw a lot of dads in there really going for it too. It was pretty fun. The next kind of makeover thing that Easling Pool did, we have a Facebook page. This has been a great way to communicate with the public. As you guys have seen in the budget, the pool does not have very much as far as advertising goes to spend. Opening up this Facebook page has really, we've got a following now. We're having people coming in going, I saw on Facebook that there's going to be this program on this day. Can you tell me more about it or whatever? We found that we've been using it to invite people to events and draw people in that way too. And, like I said, it's free and it's been a great way to get the pool's name out there. Along with our Facebook, we did with our facelift, our little makeover, we did our annual pool closure. I've got a list of things that we wanted to do. I want to just touch on a couple of them. As far as with the lockers, we were able to empty them all out, sanitize them all, sand them all down, and repaint them. We found that one locker in the men's room had rusted all the way through, and so it's no longer usable. We found we've got a couple lockers in the men's room and a couple lockers in the ladies' room that have some test paint on them right now, and what that is truck bed lining. It's not pretty like the blue that we've used this year. It's black, but we're testing it to see how that holds up, to see if we can prolong those metal lockers a little bit longer. The next slide just shows a couple of the other cleaning and maintenance things that were done to the pool. It was all done in a week. We closed the pool Friday. The pool was closed on the weekend, and started draining the pool on Monday morning. The pool was up, filled, and balanced by 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon, other than the temperature still being really cold. So we got everything done in a very quick time frame. These are just some pictures of right after the filling of the pool to show you how clean and pretty it looked at that point. Our next event that we did was a trunk or treat. We just held that on October 29th. We were able to partner with 3 local businesses. The American Red Cross, Bob Evans, and Safe Kids North were all there. American Red Cross was promoting some water safety and preparedness. Bob Evans handed out tattoos, candy, balloons, and free meals to kids. And Safe Kids North passed out reflectors to all the kids. We've got lots of great ideas on how we can improve upon this for next year. I think people kind of saw what we had intended to do, and we're hoping to get a lot more on board for next year. I'm actually planning on sending out letters in January talking about egg hunt and and trunk or treat to kind of get people on board early on. I found that even as I started asking for the businesses in July and August for an October event, a lot of them were all out of their funds, their donation stuff. They'd already done it for the first of the year. We followed up our trunk or treat with our first annual Flick and Float. We showed Casper on the wall. We had 50 participants come to that. I went back and I looked at our open swims for Friday night in October of 2009, September 2010, and October 2010. The most ever on a Friday night open swim was 14 participants. We had 50. So that was a good turnout, and we've got Flick and Floats scheduled once a month throughout the rest of the fall, and we'll do it through the winter seasons too, as long as the sun and the daylight savings time cooperates with us. We'll take full advantage of that. It's a great fun way for families to come and experience the pool in a whole different way. Our next activity that we're going to be running to kind of close out the year as far as activities and new programs, we're going to be offering a shop and drop. This kind of feeds off of what the Aqua Camp sort of is. It's just going to be, instead of a week-long camp, it's going to be a one-day event. We're trying to target those parents that want to hit those Black Friday sales on the day after Thanksgiving, but they don't have anywhere for their kids to go. Or maybe moms and grandmas want to go, and they want to hit those stores together, and the dads want to sit home and watch football, and they're not really going to be watching the kids a whole lot. So this is an alternative for those families to kind of bring those kids in and get them moving after that big Thanksgiving meal, and let moms and dads have a little bit of Santa time on their own.
You need to start it at 4 a.m.
I'll be at the stores at 4 a.m.
9 o'clock, my wife's 2/3 done by then.
I know. I want to talk a little bit about our swim lesson program that had a facelift as well this year. Programs, we went ahead and went with a lot of the Lutra suggestions, as well as what I'm used to back from the Pacific Northwest. And the Red Cross kind of, in a way, cooperated with us by changing their lesson program this year, too. So it was a great way to roll out all kinds of new things for the lesson program. We've gotten a lot of feedback from the parents that they like the 30-minute lessons. Some would liked the length, but for the most part, the parents like that the kids get that. They're not losing their attention span, they're not getting cold like they were, and they like this 30-minute time frame. We're also getting a lot of compliments on the availability that we have now. As I mentioned in previous meetings, the way that Eastling Pool ran before was that it was one session. You signed up in maybe August, and that ran through November. And if you came in October, like I came in October last year, I couldn't sign my kids up for lessons. There wasn't anything available. They were already going. We've got sessions starting almost every 6 to 8 weeks. So there's always something that somebody can get into. We also developed a program guide so that parents can take that home and see all of that. It's online as well. But the program guide has been a great way to advertise some of our new events and classes as well. The next graph will just show you kind of what our numbers were for this year. So we had a total of 986 participants as of the beginning of this month. I know that we've had some registrations even since I've did this number. So we'll be at close to 1,000 participants in our swim lesson program this year. Out of those 1,000 swim lesson participants, 65 of them were from the scholarship committee. It was formed just before I got here, and it's really taken off. We're finding that, as Chris said yesterday at our scholarship meeting, it's hard to even give away these free swimming lessons. But we are proud.
We are managing.
We are proud that 65 kids in our community that weren't able to have lessons or an experience in the water have been able to attain that this year. Are there any questions for me regarding Eastling Pool for kind of our little facelift and makeover this year?
You have the free lessons to learn how to swim on the website?
Yes.
Good. Good news. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that's some good innovative ideas.
I guess that leads into my overall report in regards to the department. You've got my quarterly report as well as Kim's aquatic report in your packet, and I've kind of gone in a different path with the presentation today. This is based on the progress that I reported to you during our budget hearings. We talked about the progress that the department is making, and this is kind of a follow-up. That was 2 months ago. I wanted to just kind of follow up leading into the end of the fiscal year with how the department and the trends that we're seeing within the Parks and Recreation Department. So one of the things that I've worked extensively with Dean Bott on this information, and Dean Bott confirmed that the average amount each property pays to Grand Traverse County in taxes is $397.30. Of that, $2.68 goes directly to Parks and Recreation from the general fund allocation, which is about 0.6 of a percentage point. So that's the basis for our general fund allocation to Parks and Recreation. At 85% of the year, which was 85.1% of the year, I believe was actually Tuesday of this week, we have not utilized any of the Parks and Recreation fund balance in 2010. 2010, we were budgeted to utilize $104,953. As of Tuesday, and I can attest as of even today, we have not utilized any of that fund balance, which is a positive thing. We should see our fund balance grow within the Parks and Recreation Fund at the end of this year versus it decreasing as we had budgeted. If this trend continues, and I don't foresee any reason it would not continue this way, we will not utilize any of the fund balance that we were budgeted to use in 2010. And if we began utilizing that fund balance today, let's say we had a major catastrophe, we had an issue where we had to utilize that fund balance. If we prorated that to 1/365th and utilized that for the remainder of the year, we still would reduce our reliance on the fund balance in 2010 by $89,210. We have received 100% of our general fund allocation of $271,121 for 2010. At the Civic Center, with 85% of the year complete, we've utilized 59% of our expenditures, and we have only realized 31% of our revenues. Part of the reason for that is our largest revenue this year will be the bill from YMCA for operating softball within the Civic Center. They typically pay in December. With just the payment from them, our revenues will be up to 57%. We did lose the revenue from American Legion Baseball, and that's been a budgeting issue. The revenue generated in the future from baseball will actually go into the baseball department of the Parks and Recreation Fund versus going into the Civic Center. So we should still see a revenue from that program. It's just it will not be accounted for within the Civic Center department. It will be accounted for in its own department. We are still outstanding with our concession receipts for the quarter and the remainder of 2010. We do have some challenges with some revenues here, but our revenues and our expenditures are trending the same. So we're not seeing a vast increase in expenditures and a vast decrease in revenue. They are trending in the same direction. Easling Pool, at 85% of the year, we've only utilized 73% of our expenditures, but have realized 86% of our revenues. This is exciting for us in the pool because the three biggest bills that we have from the Civic Center we receive typically in December, and those are from the high school swim team, which is a fall activity. The breakers, as well as TBA. Over the past 2 years, those have averaged by themselves. Those three items have averaged $44,854. If we added just those if we stopped taking revenues in this year and just brought in those revenues, we would realize 104% of our budgeted revenues. So we're on pace to have the highest revenue that the pool's seen in the past 10 years this year. I can only look back on our AS400 system. I can only look back for 10 years. I don't know. I would imagine that this may be the highest revenue we've ever seen in the pool. Our expenditures, while they are high, looking back over the past 10 years, it's only the fifth highest expenditures we've seen in the past 10. And the general fund allocation going towards the pool is actually the third lowest allocation going towards the pool in the past 10 years. So part of the reason for these changes is the strategic directives that we've taken from the Lutra report and the recommendations that Kim has implemented within that Lutra report. Here I have kind of the general idea of what the Lutra report suggests, and I want to highlight the last line. Lutra suggests that the ultimate goal of 1% membership penetration will take 2 to 3 years. We've been working to implement Lutra recommendations for just over a year. We started this when Kim came on on October 22nd. And we're just now able to confirm that the Lutra report's working. We're 12 months into an implementation that should take 24 to 36 months, and we're seeing record revenues in the pool. We still have some issues to work out with expenditures, but we don't foresee realizing or utilizing all of the expenditures we've budgeted for this year. Will we still have a subsidy from the general fund? Absolutely, but is our reliance on that subsidy going down? It is, and we can attribute that directly to the Lutra report. Moving on to Power Island, at 85% of the year, which that's kind of the given for this presentation. We've utilized 66% of our expenditures. And we've realized 99% of our revenues on the island, and we're only $26 short as of today for our revenues.
Camp on the island this week, we need the money.
There's too many deer.
Yeah.
I talked to, just a side note, I talked to Chris Ossie, who heads our Marine Division, and one of the new boats came in and they made a trip out there to Power Island this week.
Monday.
Pardon?
Monday.
And when I talked to Chris, we were talking about the boat, but he said they went to kind of plan their work with the deer. I hate to get into I shouldn't get into a subject like this, should I?
Salt.
But they did some counts themselves, and they counted 50 individual deer on the island. They said they counted in one trail 27 deer come through that trail at one time. And so they say the numbers are much higher than what we had even thought. I don't know if they're swimming over or whatever.
At Twin Lakes, we've utilized 81% of our expenditures. We've realized 75% of our revenues. Decrease in revenues at Twin Lakes, we have some challenges at Twin Lakes simply because of our past reliance on large week-long day camps that came to the camp. In fact, in the past we would have 4 weeks that were fully taken up by different church groups or different band camps. Because of the state laws and related to day camps that have changed in the past 2 years, we've seen a dramatic decrease in revenues associated with these groups coming to stay. There's a lot more accountability associated with these camps, and we've seen a decrease in revenues because of that. Parks and Recreation Commission has suggested a business plan. They've identified that as being a priority within the strategic plan that they've put together, and it's my intent to try and develop some different type of revenues, some different marketing tactics in order to increase our revenues out at Twin Lakes.
Jason, how did the laws change that it affected us?
The guidelines associated, or I guess the on-site, the oversight of youth at a day camp changed pretty dramatically with, I believe, I have to think back, it has to do with the ratio of staff or adults to campers. It has to do with regulations associated with health services and things like that at the camp. And frankly, the state of Michigan's made it a much more strict process to go through.
So did the organizations that used to rent it out, they're just choosing not to operate a camp anymore?
They're choosing not to operate a camp, or they're choosing to drop a day or two of their camp experience if they've continued to do it at our camp. We've seen them decrease their numbers. We've seen them decrease their days. In our largest revenue, which was Olivet Band Camp, it's become too costly for them to actually come up here from Olivet for a week-long camp. That was about a $17,000 to $20,000 revenue for us in the past, just for 1 week camp.
Jason, I'm back to Twin Lakes. I'm still getting letters from Marilyn in regard to the slope in the parking lots. I'm sure you get those too, because she's in a wheelchair and has trouble accessing out of the vehicle into the wheelchair and things because of the slope in that parking lot. Have we addressed that at all? I know it was addressed in the original design, and the ADA people were all over the construction portion of that project. But, you know, I'm still concerned that I'm getting letters from individuals who say that, you know, we have a barrier-free park that they're having trouble accessing.
Actually, last correspondence I received from her was probably, I believe, 2 months ago, and I had Mark Robinson, the architect for that project, actually met her out on the site. He basically reinforced that we followed the standards associated with ADA and universal design. They were approved by our universal accessibility consultant. And I don't want to quote his email, but I can forward it on to you. That she does have some concerns, and they're understandable concerns. But he reiterated that we did follow all the design protocols associated with.
And I know during the construction phase, the Kellogg Foundation was in and checked the accessibility. The ADA people were there because we had to take out a certain portion of a couple sidewalks because the where they merged, they didn't match, you know,
Correct.
and I know there was some issues with some of the concrete. But, you know, I don't know, it's probably been a month since I got her last letter too, but. maybe
I will
longer.
forward you the email that I
Okay.
received from our
I
landscape
just want to make
architect.
sure that we're following up with her and making sure that, you know, because, you know, that family has used that park for many, many years, generations worth.
In Howe Arena, we've only utilized 45% of our expenditures that we've budgeted for at Howe Arena, but we've realized 111% of our revenues. So we've had more people renting Howe Arena during the 6 months that there is no ice activities occurring in there. So the next few slides kind of talk about the summer, or just kind of summarize the points that I just brought up. I won't reiterate these for time consideration. But, you know, it's going to be a while before our department reaches self-sustainability. But we are seeing an improvement in our revenues, and we are seeing an improvement in our expenditures throughout the entire department. And I just wanted to mention, you know, the annual allocation of Parks and Rec shows, from the general fund, shows that the commission believes Parks and Recreation services are important to the quality of life for the citizens and the visitors to Grand Traverse County.
Okay, Ross?
I just had you mentioned the Lucha report and the, you know, the penetration of membership, you know, trying to get to 1% of population. How many members do we have now?
Oh, gosh. I'm actually working on that report when I get back to the office this morning as far as what our numbers are for the month of October, so I don't have that with me.
Can you give us an estimate?
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear about that.
Maybe Chris would know too. I'm guessing, I'm trying to remember what September was. I think it was right around 250 for the month of.
Hi, George, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
I was going to say, so for some reason, the number 253 jumps in my mind.
Has that number been increasing then?
Well, what I did when I first came in is the Lucha report, kind of pictured it as a tree. I started with the low-lying fruit.
Yeah.
This year, I will start attacking the membership penetration, so.
And Ross, one of the, as a point of clarification, a lot of the suggestions that Lutra made are essentially programming changes and some managerial changes that open the schedule up to allow more accessibility for a member. So one of the last major changes that we would see is a schedule that's much more that opens up a lot more pool availability to a member. So one of the last things we'll see is the increase in the membership penetration, simply because some of the other higher hanging fruit have to be moved before we can get to that membership penetration. When we started, we were at less than one half % of membership from Grand Traverse County citizens, and this is trying to basically bump us up a half percentage point.
Okay, Larry?
Jason, I'd like to see the Parks and Rec Committee really look at the Twin Lakes deal with the campers. I think that's a golden opportunity for you guys. You already have the property, you already have all the facilities. You could come up with a program, and I don't have any ideas right now, but you have everything in place where you could offer, say to the firm, Olivet, was it?
Yeah.
You could offer to them, here's a week of camping, and figure out what they've done in the past and make the cost affordable to them. And if you could utilize that camp throughout the summer, I think it'd be a great revenue source for you.
That's something that would definitely be identified within the business plan. One of the challenges, and it's certainly a challenge we could overcome, but one of the other issues with the state regulations in regards to having campers there is that the camp does have to be closed to the public in the event a band camp or a youth camp is there. So that's one of the other issues, Commissioner Friend, that you asked about, that camp does have to be closed, and the commission, Parks and Rec Commission, as well as this commission, often receives calls from citizens saying, this is a county park and it's closed for this week because of camps. It's certainly something we could overcome, and it's something that could be identified, and maybe our marketing for something like that isn't down as far south as Olivet. Maybe it's a more localized community to cut down on some of those transportation costs.
Christine?
One of the things, Commissioner Fleece, that the Parks and Rec Commission did recently, and it's in the packet, is a strategic plan. And we requested from the director business plans for each of our parks. We prioritized Twin Lakes and the Civic Center. We've asked the director, this plan, the strategic plan was just adopted recently, and we have asked the Parks Director for a work plan to give us a timeline as to when we might see something for Twin Lakes and the Civic Center as far as business plans. So that is being addressed, and I think as the director does a business plan for Twin Lakes, that'll be in there.
I see we're making great strides, so at least with Maple Bay, we've got the property markers where they belong now, so.
You know, I guess when you talk about camps at Twin Lakes, I have facilitated four or five soccer camps there now that have been long events over the years. It is a very difficult thing to do because one of the problems that you have is people assume that park is open. And I don't care, you put the gate up, it doesn't make any difference. You've got people driving around the gate to come in and take their dogs down and let them swim in the lake. That isn't such a problem when I've got college kids in there, but when I start talking about youth soccer camps there, it becomes a really problem because the state is absolutely adamant that I cannot have the public coming in and out while I've got minor children in there. They have a whole long list of things of how I have to make sure that those kids cannot be exposed to the public. You know, I can't have some estranged husband coming in and grabbing a kid and leaving with it, and because I didn't have that controlled. So there's a lot of problems with doing, the week-long stay camps that we used to do very easily. And even when I've hosted college teams there, you got a bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-old girls in the dorm, and all of a sudden you've got a whole carload of, 18, 19-year-old boys coming down to swim in the beach, and, I'm sure there's no alcohol involved because it's an alcohol-free facility, but you still get a lot of hooping and hollering down there well into the night. And, I've more than one time left there at, 10 o'clock at night and asked the sheriff's deputies to do a drive-through on a regular basis, because just to make sure that everything remains safe while those teams are there. So, the facility was built and designed to facilitate those type of camps, but society and the laws, I'm not sure, are ever going to allow it again. It's just, and unless we can find an alternative access, and we've talked about that before. We put the trailhead on Straight Road with the idea that we could use that North Beach area for a public access. It's just a matter of whether or not we'll ever get to be able to develop that piece. But, we've spent a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of money developing that park into an accessible park for not only regular people, or not regular people, but handicapped people and all of the things that come with that. And to say we've developed this park to meet the needs of this overall community, and then, oh, by the way, I'm going to close it for 5 weeks out of the summer because I'm going to bring band camps in here, that doesn't make any sense. We had that problem with another park a while back that wanted to close the camp, or close the park in July and August. It's like, what? Huh? No, can't do that.
Larry.
I guess, first of all, I appreciate the update and the positive trend that, you're reporting on for your operation in the pool and the facilities that we have. And just to do some perspective on this thing, Grand Traverse, as long as I've been on the board for, Grand Traverse County has always had and has made a significant investment in our parks and rec facilities and the services that we provide to the public. And we've always held strong that we want our community to be different than others. We want to have these types of services available to our public for the quality of life issues, reasons why, as an additive to why people stay here and why people want to move up, not only for the natural beauty, but, for the use of our park system. And it's there for, for families and kids, and primarily to keep giving kids something to do rather than get in trouble. And, that was a significant direction that, in terms of, trying to control our costs for juvenile problems and the child care fund and those kinds of things, that giving kids problems and mentors in the Parks and Rec area helps us in that area. And, from the public's perspective, one could ask, what kind of return am I getting on my tax dollars? I mean, we can kind of list some of the things that we fund, but, there's the big intangible called Parks and Rec, all the programs that we run, all the opportunities for kids and families that we have out there. And how do you put a return on that for your tax dollars? I mean, it's really hard. And, I don't personally, just my personal opinion, that I don't think that everything that we do in Parks and Rec should be expected to pay for itself. I think that, we're making an investment in the community for those folks to use those facilities for the quality of life issues up here. But I do appreciate the vision of having some sort of, some kind of sort of plan about, the use of the facility and how best to utilize, the expenses involved in managing the facilities. And I'm just wondering if, with your relationship perhaps with your state association or national associations that deal with Parks and Rec, if there are, some standards out there in terms of best practices that show what other communities are doing that are unique and different in terms of trying to help, offset costs for Parks and Rec. And maybe there's, maybe you come back and say, there isn't anybody in the country that's breaking even on this thing. And that would be a nice thing to know. It also would be nice to know if other communities are doing things that we could take a look at to help shore up the expenses. So, I think there's both sides of the coin we need to take a look at.
I'd like to comment on that. Our state association hasn't done a good enough job in tracking the trends that other communities, of other communities, whether or not other communities, what programs they offer, the type of funding associated with those, the allocation from the general fund for Parks and Recreation. One of the things that our state association is doing is we have our annual conference coming up February 8th through the 11th, and that's actually right here in Grand Traverse County at the resort. I've actually put together a session to bring together a variety of different successful models of Parks and Recreation delivery throughout the state, whether it's a city-county relationship, whether it's a Parks and Recreation authority. And I've asked a variety of different communities to come up and give a panel presentation that I'd like to invite all of you to out at the resort. And that, right now it's tentatively scheduled, that specific session's tentatively scheduled for Thursday the 10th of February. And I'm the conference chair, and I'd love to invite all of you to that conference, specifically that session. There's going to be some adjacent sessions associated with Parks and Recreation authorities and some other funding-related issues about Parks and Recreation. So, including economic impact to communities and what some other successful communities have done in the past.
There is a whole body of academic literature related to valuing the recreational opportunities and the investment
That'd be
in.
interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think Jason tried to get that a little bit when you kind of did the baseball evaluation. You kind of asked, how much are you spending in the area when you've participated in these functions? And I think that's a little bit of what you were trying to get at, correct?
And what I put in that baseball evaluation is very, very unscientific, but I was trying to gauge some ideas, and it would be easy to deduce from that information that program by itself, a conservative estimate, is over $100,000 of economic impact associated with businesses, or with business going to local sporting good stores, to local restaurants and things like that for activities adjacent to participating in baseball.
Okay, anything further? All right, well, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
And now I think I'd like to jump ahead for unfinished business, and maybe Carol would like to step forward, and I'm sure you have other things.
You'd like to go back to your employment at some point.
Yes, I'm sure there are other things that.
If you sit here long enough, you'll join us for our interviews this evening at 7.
We'll become part of the furniture, I'm thinking.
Might take a break and wait in the interviews.
Thank you for seeing me again. I'm Carol Stocking, I'm the District Court Administrator, and I'm back for my last pitch to the board, but I do hope that you consider what I have to say with open minds. I know that the County Administrator and Human Resource Director have recommended the early retirement incentive not be offered, but I would like to request that you do offer it. In the document Jen prepared, the last group of employees that she mentions, there are 8 who would meet the 60 with 20 years of service eligibility. And when you consider 8 employees would be eligible for a one-time payment, and these are high-cost employees who may or may not even take the offer. I believe I have 1 employee that would, but the other 7 that would be eligible under that criteria may not even consider it. So the risk to the county is minimal, and I think that the statement in the document that says that the only way the county can save money from an early retiree incentive program would be to leave the job open that the employee vacates. And I disagree with that, and I just want to explain why. When a person, such as the person in our organization, retires, we're going to hire someone new at step 1. The difference in pay between step 1 and step 6 is $9,700 in just wages. When you roll in the personal leave payout and the Social Security taxes, the savings is almost $11,000. And that's just in those 3 line items. There is some risk in that the person who's retiring may have a single or a double family or health insurance plan, and the person you hire might be coming in as a family at a family rate. But of the 8 in that group, because I've been around forever, I can identify 4 of those people. And of 4 of those people, 1 has a single health insurance contract, I'm certain. 3 of them have 2-person contracts. And the difference between the family rate and the double rate for insurance is an additional cost of $1,500. So if our employee left and he had a 2-person contract, and I hired someone with a family rate, that would, I would save $11,000 in his wages, but it would cost about $1,500 or $1,600 more in health insurance. So it's still a savings. And that's not even taken into consideration the defined benefit. And I know that we've talked about defined benefit, but that's a $62,000 cost for that 1 employee. And I understand fully that that cost has to be spread over the other. There will be that if he leaves, that would leave 2 employees with defined benefit in the district court. And that cost will have to be spread over those 2 people. But I also ask the commission to think about this. In the not so distant future, those 2 people will retire. The liability for defined benefit to the district court will remain. Where are you going to put that cost? I will have no more employees to assign that cost to. So I think it's unfair to not take into consideration the $62,000 savings when we're talking about this employee leaving. So I just would ask that you reconsider. One other thing I want to throw out is that in the situation with my employee, he has a sick bank that we have to pay out. And every year he stays, the liability with that sick bank goes up because his hourly wage goes up. So there's another incentive to encourage his retirement earlier rather than later. So I would just ask again that you consider the early retirement incentive plan for the 60 with 20 years of service, the 8 employees that would be eligible in that group. Thank you.
Hey, Larry?
Dennis, can you remind me the status of your staffing
Jen, would you come up too, please?
In district court? I mean, I don't know if there is a vacancy and if there isn't. And
I think Carol could do that.
Yeah, okay, all right.
In the probation officer staff, Carol?
We have an employee who has left employment, and so currently we do have a vacancy. However, because we committed through the budget process to give up a position of 1.3 FTE, we have chosen, I mean, that is our 1 FTE. We consider that our one, we're looking at it as if that's our 1 FTE that we gave up. Anticipating that if this doesn't go through, the employee we hoped would take advantage of this may not take advantage of it.
But
And
if you
so-
have 5 probation officers, including the one that you want to take advantage of this, and I don't know what the number is, and that was the one you wanted to leave, but you have another vacancy, you just wouldn't fill that vacancy.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. If we have the one person leave under this plan that I'm hoping you approve, we would have a vacancy to fill.
You'll fill one, yeah.
At a lower rate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If the probation officer in question who's thinking of retiring does not retire, would you have to lay off one of your other probation officers as well?
At this point, no.
At this point, no.
They have a vacancy.
Because you have a vacancy.
Because we-
I'd like
You
to
said
make-
1.3, and I didn't know if, you could do it with just the one.
No, the .3 is another position. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think Carol has really thought this through, and I understand where she's coming from on this. Couple of key points in our opinion when we look at this. First of all, we have this question of, whether legally we can do this, or whether it legally makes sense for us to do this. It financially makes sense for us to do this, to offer an incentive to such a small number of employees, because she is absolutely right. The first year, there will be a significant savings, and I assume it's $9,700 if we take that person out of step 6 and hire somebody at step 1. And then the year after that, that person would be promoted to step 2, so you'd save less than $9,600, but you would save until they caught up in the 5th or 6th year. So that is clearly a savings, but it's important to recognize the $62,000, as she said, the $62,000 doesn't go away. It's that retirement cost, even whether it's in her department or not, and eventually Dean and I are looking at pulling that away from all the departments and putting the defined retirement, or the defined benefit additional costs someplace else, because when she has no employees, what do you do with it? And we're going to still have that. But I think it's important to remember that $62,000 is still going to be there somewhere. We're going to pay it. Just pay it through other people. It doesn't change the net amount to the county, other than it avoids future liability if that person stays a year or 2 or 3 longer. But I was confused, Carol, by that number between the 2-person family and the between 2-person contract and the family. I was under the impression we pay like $8,000-9,000 for 2-person, and we pay like $12,000 or $13,000 for family. Am I wrong on that, Jen?
I did the math yesterday, and a family rate is $12,000. It's $1,000 in some change per month.
Yeah.
And then the double is, I want to say 800 and something. It's like 10,000.
It's 10.5?
Less than
Okay.
$414 that an employee will participate.
Okay. I didn't realize the double was that high.
So it's only $1,585 difference.
Okay. Well, and again, as I said before, we think we understand Carol's situation, and it's not that we're not sympathetic to that, but in effect, we have to look at it over all 520 employees and whether it makes sense and whether it's defensible. We don't believe it is. Secondly, Carol's, hopefully, this person will decide to leave anyway. If you decide to go with our recommendation, this person will leave anyway. If they choose not to, there is a vacancy in a probation position. And ultimately, what the district court has identified under the parameters you set, you have to cut your budget. They've identified that they can get by, maybe not well, but they can get by with one less probation officer. And in my view, whether that probation officer is the senior probation officer, who's been there 30 years, or it's the vacant position, that's still one probation officer, and they say they can do the work with one less probation officer. So, we still stand by our recommendation, and we think it's not, we don't advise you to do an early out at this time.
Wasn't there a financial incentive that was mentioned.
Oh, yeah, I think Carol was
No,
looking at.
But what I'm saying is how does that factor into the cost savings?
Well,
I
it's an
mean,
additional cost.
Right.
It's not a big cost. I think, Carol, you were figuring like 15,000 for this employee or something. And you'd have to determine that. You might say, listen, we'll offer everybody a flat $10,000, or we'll offer everybody $25,000 to leave. But the main thing that I would tell you is any defined benefit people that leave, it does not save us the cost of the defined benefit program. We still have that cost. It just gets spread.
If it doesn't save the cost of that, and if we're talking about in the first year only saving $10,000, I mean, and it might cost us $10,000 to do the incentive.
Yeah, but it would save you in the second, third, fourth, fifth years
But you're
because of the
saying
grade
less of an
increases.
amount, though.
Yes,
Marginal.
absolutely. We don't think it to be that significant of a savings in the long run. We think that the way you save is by eliminating the position, for a long period of time, which Carol has agreed to do, at least for the next year or two, until the caseloads change. So, in this case, that's not an issue. Carol is saying, if you give an early out, we're going to keep the position open. Where we ran into a problem before in the 90s when you guys did that was you said we're going to do an early retirement. It was a completely different program, but then you filled positions. And, it just kind of doubled the cost. I don't know.
And I just want to clarify something, Dennis. You said, too, that you're not sure it's legally defensible. As I read the memo, what wasn't legally defensible was offering the early incentive to just the district court. If you offered it countywide, which is what you would be doing to the 8 folks,
Right.
that's legally defensible.
Yeah, yes, you're right, Carol. You're right. I'm concerned about the idea that, we say, what parameters do we set, and now we've dropped it down to where only 8 are eligible. The criteria we're looking at here really is to try to find a way to get this employee to retire. And I don't see it looking at it from the county-wide benefit of how this benefits the county overall. I don't think it has that kind of an impact to be paying money out to have somebody leave when they're, probably close to leaving anyway. But
Have you had any feedback from any of the other department heads with respect to where the other 7 employees are at?
I have not talked with the other department heads, but I can tell you that I have talked with the other department heads about this kind.
Department heads.
Pardon?
Some of the 8 are department heads.
It would just be 2.
Yeah, 2 of them are. But I have talked to other department heads about this idea where you have to offer it to everyone equally, and they may have positions where they have a critical person in a critical position and may lose that person because of this early incentive and the difficulty that might create to them. Several department heads are. Before we got and identified the 8, when we were talking about the 30, several of them were like, I'd like more control over that. I'm, not really ready for this change, or a potential change. So I have had that discussion with them.
All right. Sonny? Well, when we offered the early outs before, it was done on a different basis. It was done based on how many years they'd been here, and then there was a multiplier of their retirement rate. But it was offered primarily as a method to get people to switch from defined benefit to defined contribution. So that was all part of the discussion.
It truly was.
And that was the key piece that made it happen. In this case, these people are eligible to retire now if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They're fully vested. They could, they're old enough to leave at any point. I don't know what the advantage of us to give them money is. And I know that when we had the discussion before, we had all kinds of discussion about, well, what should the number be 17 years, or should it be 18 years, or should it be 15 years? And when we looked at it overall, we had a half a dozen people or a handful of people that lacked the criteria by 6 months. Well, do you want to make it available to them? And you start getting into this thing. We used to do a combined 80 thing. 60 years old, 20 years old, 20 years of experience, or 50 years old, 30 years of experience. Any combination of 80 makes you eligible to retire. And I'm not sure, and I understand Carol's predicament. I absolutely do, and I know the individual that we're talking about. But the fact is that I don't see where there's a reason for the county to offer an incentive to someone to retire who absolutely is eligible anyway. And, $10,000, if you're down to a point that a $10,000 incentive makes a difference whether you stay or you come to work every day, that's not enough no reason to even come to work.
Okay, do we need a motion?
Well, you don't need a motion unless you're going to move forward.
That's right.
All right, so it's
If you want
going
it-
to stay as it is.
If you want to offer an incentive plan, someone should make a motion to offer an incentive plan.
If not, then we...
Then it just stays the way it is.
Well, it was tabled, so you gotta make a motion.
Right.
It was tabled in October.
Just as an agenda item. You don't have to make a motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I move that we offer a $10,000 per person early, one-time payment, early incentive, retirement incentive for individuals 60 years and older with 20 years or more of experience.
Support.
Okay, a motion to support. Further discussion, Larry?
Well, now is the time for me to declare my discussion with Bob Cooney regarding this matter. I have a very close personal relationship with Tom Wilson, and it measures to the extent of the viewpoint of my objectivity. And he's been to my home, I've been to his. We socialize often. Bob has suggested if the matter came to a vote, either way, that I abstain.
Oh,
okay.
And I would like to also point out that Tom meets the 60 and 20 criteria January 12th of 2011. He does not currently meet that criteria. Okay, so he meets that criteria in January 1st, or January 12th of 2011.
So I guess my motion should include a time frame, shouldn't it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I would say the time frame would be between December 1st of this year and February 1st of next year to take advantage of it.
Okay, we have a motion by Richardson, support by Max Bauer. Any further discussion? Larry?
What's the emphasis? What do you want to get rid of him for?
Oh, I don't want to get rid of him. It was you, and he knows that. Tom and I have had numerous conversations, so, when he's watching this back at the office, he's not going to be surprised. It's, your recommendation to us was to reduce our budget, and the only way to do that was to reduce staff. And because we don't want to lay someone off, and we have someone who's close to retirement age and who may be interested in retirement, we had a chat, and I said, with some incentive, could we incent you out the door? That would prevent us from having to do a layoff. And so that was the reason behind doing it the opposite way. We were trying to do a proactive rather than a negative way of addressing.
But Carol,
so it has nothing to do with Tom.
But if that's true, Carol, you don't need to do that now because you don't have to lay anybody off because you have a vacancy.
Right.
Well, and that's not fair, and that's true, but I want to say this, that there's some issues with that, and that was not even a known at the time that you asked us to do that. So that is a new factor that played into this.
But
so I
if
think it would be unfair to just all of a sudden stop this request at this
Well, it was a
juncture.
request from you. It was before the county board, but the fact was, your goal was to meet the county's objective of a financial reduction, which, by the way, you didn't do because the $62,000 is going to be, the retirement cost is going to be spread among the remaining employees, but your goal was not, you just said, your goal was not to lay anybody off. You will have met the goal if the board says no, because you have a vacancy that you will not have to fill.
Isn't the caseload of the district court down significantly?
No, I mean, not significantly, it's down, sure, but you're talking probation officers?
Well, say if we vote yes, it's not only probation officers. If your caseload's down, it affects everybody in district court, including the judges.
Okay.
So if we voted yes to offer this, would you not fill that Tom's position then?
We would have to fill one of the vacancies. That would leave us with two, we would be down 2 probation officers, and
I know, but your caseload's down.
not that far, Larry, no.
Yeah, I think the caseload really can afford to do the one, but not a second.
I can't support this motion because Tom's eligible to retire, and I have to agree with Dennis. Why would we offer an incentive out of 500 and some employees just to meet the district court's criteria? I can't go along with that.
Okay, Ross? Well, we have to remember that this is wrapped up in how the accounting is done, and, you know, this individual, because he's still on defined benefit, you know, technically, I mean, the way it's budgeted, he costs a lot more than one of the people down the ladder who's on defined contribution. I mean, that's not his fault, you know, it's just the way it is. But because of the way we do the accounting, I mean, we're gonna have a liability whether he stays or retires or whatever. The liability is always gonna be there. But right now, it's assigned to district court. And for Carol, faced with the budgeting issues of, 4 months ago, I guess? That was the way to get the biggest bang for the buck, was if she could get that person to retire, because then the salary plus all that defined benefit, you know, baggage that was assigned to that individual and assigned to that department. I mean, it's a ridiculous way to budget, I'm sorry, because the liability is there. The liability does not come with the department, the liability comes with, you know, the leftovers of the defined benefit program.
Right, but the young employee comes in, and within probably 3 to 4 years, because of insurance costs and wage increases and so forth, you haven't saved a nickel.
Exactly.
But can I make one more comment,
Yes.
Chairman? To Ross's point, I want to say it this way. With the defined benefit, the way the accounting is done, you're putting the burden of the defined benefit on the departments. And then you're saying, cut your budget by $141,000. Okay.
Exactly.
We'll do that. But then make those defined benefit numbers realistic.
Well, but
because they're not realistic.
Carol, but that's not what we did.
But let me finish, Dennis. Let me finish my comment.
Go ahead.
So then we say, okay, if this person leaves, then we want to add in the $62,000 that's assigned to his wage and benefit package as a savings. Oh, now we can't do that. You want to put it in our budget and say reduce your budget by $141,000, but then when we want to take credit for it as a savings, all of a sudden you can't do that because it's a liability that stays there.
But Carol, we didn't do that. We told you had to cut $141,000. You did, including the $62,000. And when we said that's not a savings, we didn't tell you had to come up with another $62,000 in cuts. We said just cut the position. We understand it's not your responsibility. It's an accounting thing. So you cut $62,000 less than $141.
But
in
to
reality.
the point that was just being discussed there, that was my.
Well, but what I'm saying is you didn't do it. We understood that it was outside your control, and so we made you cut $62,000 less than what was allocated to you by the board.
But we heard the same argument during the budget hearings from Parks and Rec, where Jason Jones assigned this huge cost to his 2 lifeguards, who are both defined benefit.
Yes.
And it's almost like, well, you know, we're almost putting a black mark next to the names of certain individuals because they're still participating in the defined benefit.
And that's why.
And that's not fair.
And that's why we are
It's
going to.
not fair to the employee.
And that's why we are going to remove that extra cost and set it in a separate fund so we deal with it away from the employees.
In the future now.
The difference between your example of this department and Parks was they still have that expense and they still met and in fact exceeded their allotted cut by some $30,000. This department
But my
did not.
point is that expense shouldn't have been assigned in the first place.
Well, and we will move that. We understand that that's becoming more of a problem as more of these defined benefit people retire under the regular system, it condenses and concentrates the amount that is directed to each department. And what we really think we should do is, we have a 9% cost basically for everybody else. Allocate a 9% cost to everybody, take the additional cost for defined benefit and set it in a defined benefit fund and deal with it separately from the employees.
Yeah, I think that would.
Now, had I done that, Carol would have had to come up with exactly what she came up with, because that cost wouldn't be allocated to that person.
Sonny?
Well, and I think, we got to remember that, it's real easy here this morning to talk about one person, but there are 8 individuals in this, in county employees that also qualify. So, and I'm guessing that at least part of them are in the lieutenants and captains division in the sheriff's department.
I don't know where they are.
There's one sheriff, and I don't know who it is. We've analyzed that every which way. I can't determine.
Because I do know that 4 or 5 years ago, we identified the fact that we were paying more retirement funds to the captains and lieutenants bureau than we were paying wages, just because of the way the retirements worked out. So, this is an ongoing thing, and I'm glad to hear that we're going to figure out some way to take these retirement costs out of these individual budget centers, because they just don't belong there.
All right, I'd like to call the motion.
That's an overhead cost.
But if all 8 people take the buyout, you've got 80,000. Yep. We'll have to do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Inman,
Abstain.
Commissioner Maxbauer,
Yes.
Richardson,
Yes.
Thomas,
No.
Wheelock,
No.
Fleece,
No.
Friend,
No.
Hooper,
No.
motion fails.
Motion carries.
Thank you for the lively discussion and your consideration.
Thanks for sticking around.
And now we're going to go back to E, Human Resources. We have Jen right here, so we can roll on with that.
Oh, sorry for the 11 o'clock, we're about halfway through. That was a brilliant idea about combining the committees together.
Oh, yeah. Just a wonderful thing.
First, I've got, the staffing amendment request for the Health Department. The Health Department appeared in front of you last week at the Health and Safety meeting. Thank you. A grant was accepted. They received a grant for, 2 grants actually, and this is a staffing amendment to add some additional staff as part of those grants.
Okay, so a motion to amend the Health Department staffing plan by adding 1 full-time WIC peer counselor, a quarter full-time equivalent registered dietitian, 0.1 FTE public health nurse, contingent on the WIC breastfeeding peer counseling grant, and adding a 0.4, everything that's outlined on page 135.
Support.
Is there any discussion? Everybody understand the motion?
Unfortunately.
All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, it helps us.
I had to wake him up and let
Yeah.
him know he was chairman.
Yeah.
Well, I had noticed that Bruce had taken off.
The next agenda item is a new job classification for the WIC peer counselor, and it goes along with that grant. This is a new position to the
Mr.
county.
Chairman, I would approve the staffing plan job classification as outlined by the HR director.
Support.
Any,
Okay.
it's
Go
been
ahead,
moved
Larry.
and supported. Is there any discussion? Ross?
No. No discussion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes.
The next one is another staffing amendment. This is for the Sheriff's Department. They are moving, would like to move one of their investigative clerical assistant assignments, which is in the Detective Bureau, to the Central Records staff.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported on the Sheriff's Office staffing amendment. Is there any discussion?
Just
All in
to point out,
favor signify
It's a
by...
cost savings.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes. Jen, you're on a roll.
I'm on a roll. The next agenda item is the Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and Dennis and I talked about this, and in light of all the budget discussions, I thought we should bring it in front of you too. There is a cost to the Martin Luther King Training Day, as outlined in that agenda item. Last year was fairly minimal for the amount of people that were trained at $1,500, but I wanted to make sure that we at least had an opportunity to discuss that, so you know that there is a minimal cost, I would say minimal, for the MLK Training Day, and just would like your feedback on going forward with that for January 2011.
Can I ask a question? What are your ideas for the training for this year, and what do you plan to do? And what do we have set aside in the budget right now for 2011?
To be honest, I've gotten a few suggestions from employees on MLK Training Day, but I haven't given it a whole lot of thought in terms of what we want to do. There was some suggestions on, it's a wide variety of individuals, different job titles, job departments, was doing some sort of safety training to go, that would encompass everybody in any kind of profession. That was one idea that was brought up. There was a suggestion brought up to actually have the commissioners there to do a roundtable discussion with the employees. I mean, I've had a lot of suggestions, but haven't quite given it too much thought at this point.
How many employees attend this?
I believe last year, did we have
240 or 270?
I was going to say 220, yeah.
Where'd you have
that at?
The Civic Center.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The best place we've ever had it has been at the University Center. That really worked out great. And I've told Jen, we'd do multiple classrooms. Now, that was back when we were spending $8,000 to do it. It was great because employees could pick and choose, and it was almost like going to school. They got to pick some sessions, and what you found was different employees from different departments that never see or talk to each other, kind of conversed and kind of communicated. And I really liked the benefit of that, but it's expensive to do it because you have to have lots more speakers and those kinds of things. So we've been trying to keep the cost down and doing these general things. We've even talked about doing it just a half a day and then going back to the offices and either doing strategic planning or having staff meetings or just doing general work to catch up the other half of the day.
Is this mandatory training?
It depends on the department.
Yep.
Everybody has to be trained, and what we do is we say this is a commissioner. Commissioners have closed the building that day so that you can do training. You are expected to do training unless you have some reason you can't. For some of the police officers, obviously it's difficult, and some of the dispatch people. Some of the departments want to do their own strategic planning, and they'll show us a plan for what they want to do that day. District Court, for example, usually has their own training on that day.
The health department does too.
Health department does, and so they do those trainings. So everybody gets trained in some way or another, not always here.
To me, whatever you want to do through HR, I mean, that would best utilize the day. Obviously, the expenses in the past year to 2 years have been minimal, and I would imagine if you spend the same, that's not a budget consideration.
Really, the question for the commissioners are, do you still support the concept? Do you want to do this, or do you not want to do this? That's really the issue.
I'd like to continue it, because I think the past training sessions have been very valuable to the staff members. I mean, it's a time where, we don't have a lot of, they come to work and they have little time to do any training, and then they, with staffing levels, being at what we believe to be at bare minimums, there is no time to pull together during operating hours. So I'd like to continue to do it.
I think that the training, the cost of the training, you're estimating it'd be like 15, 18, or no?
I believe I budgeted 2,000 just to be safe.
That's a minimal cost for that many people.
But don't quote me on that.
I think I think we ought to have it, really.
Is that a motion?
Yes, it is. I'll make a motion that we have training day for 2011 with the suggestion by the HR director of maximum $2,000.
Support.
You have motion support. Any further discussion? Did you want to add something?
I just had a question. What is the training?
It varies annually.
It varies
Yeah.
year to year.
For what?
Employees.
So sometimes we've done OSHA training, sometimes we've done safety trainings.
So it's job training.
Oh, yeah.
Job related.
Okay, not, if Martin Luther King Day training, that's like,
Yeah.
how's that?
No.
Nothing to do with Martin Luther.
Actually, I would love to incorporate some diversity training or something like
Well,
that.
one year we
but-
actually did do diversity training because, that can be an issue. A lot of times it's liability avoidance, it's a whole number of things. Sexual harassment, those kinds of things.
Minimal cost of this job training, I mean.
Yeah.
Dennis, actually last year, or was it the year before, in our packets at this time, we had kind of historically what you guys have offered. So maybe
Yeah.
if Chris can go back in the packet and send that out to him.
We can do
get
that.
A sense of
Sure,
what
we
you've
can do
done
that.
in the past few
It
years.
teaches the employees how to make our meetings longer.
Sonny?
I think the point to do is we all get caught up in, you know, it's easy for us to call it Martin Luther King Training Day, but the fact is, the reason that day was selected as the training day is the fact that the state offices and the courts and everyone are closed that day, so it made it a logical day for us to do training for county employees.
But we were.
It was one day that we could bring county employees in, and the clerk's office could deal with training their people.
I didn't know. All right, Chris?
Dennis, do we coordinate at all with the city?
We haven't in the past. I'll tell you, the city worked on, but I think the last year or two, it seems to me, they started doing some training on the same day. So we have in the past
But I just thought,
offered.
you know, I mean, if we're going to have some kind of training that would be beneficial to city employees, you know, as well as county employees, you know, there's an opportunity to share cost and
Yep.
to share resources.
Yeah, and we will look into that, Commissioner. It's a good suggestion.
One time too.
Yeah, and like, for example, when we did the diversity training and we brought somebody in where it was a little more expensive to bring somebody in, we invited all the local municipalities, the city, and everybody to come participate in that training because they came in for one day, you know, and shared that. For trainings that wouldn't be geared specifically for our employees, that's certainly something we will look into.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to support the Martin Luther King Jr. Day training, not to exceed $2,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same? Okay, motion carries. Jen?
Want to do my update now, and then we'll
Yep,
continue
now
on?
we can move on
Or do you
to-
want to finish her stuff up?
Let's finish her up.
Go ahead.
What is else she has?
Well, she has, let's see, Doug Campo, you've put some, we're going to do that next week.
Unfinished business?
Yeah. We're going to talk about that next week, and you're putting something in their mailboxes
It's in
today?
your mailbox.
It's in your mailbox now, some background information on Doug Campo. So you can do that, and Jen will have something ready for next week.
I have a
to talk
question.
about.
Is he the only retired employee in that program?
No, we have 13.
Huh?
13.
13 of them?
He's one of 13.
One of 13.
Okay, so we've already addressed A and C in unfinished business also, right? Those were kind of the same?
Well, C
That one
is, do you have an update on C?
That's in circuit court.
In the circuit court's hands, so we have no update on that.
All right.
What else? Do you want to do the discussion on the Teamster General bumping with facility management? I think Commissioner Friend, you asked for that.
I just tell you why I asked to have discussion on it, because when we, I think it was at the Board of Commissioners meeting in October, when we went to go approve the budget, we realized that because of some of the bumping, one of our early on decided priorities was to keep the position over in the jail that had the plumbing trade license.
Licensed plumber.
Right, attached to it. And had we eliminated the one groundskeeper, that potential bumping process could have bumped that position, as well as any others, for my knowledge. I don't know, it could have bumped a license, you know, the HVAC or
Well, people can bump
the
into,
trades for-
they can bump into any position for which they meet the minimum qualifications. The problem
It's at their
here is.
pay
and you-
grade or
you-
lower.
Pardon?
That's at their pay grade or lower.
Right.
They can't go up.
The problem here is that you raise a very legitimate question, and Jen, I think, and Danny have been looking at the job description of that position in the jail. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. In Danny's department, he has the building maintenance worker 1, 2, and 3. And within each of those, for the maintenance worker 1, for example, there's the HVAC assignment, the plumbing assignment, and the carpentry and general assignment. However, they're all under the same general job description. So when someone would go to bump, they would just have to meet those minimum qualifications. And the licensing for, say, an HVAC, or licensing for a plumber, or licensing for the carpentry isn't required. And so I've been talking with Danny, and we're going to work on some job descriptions, so that way there are specialized to those assignments, so that way we have, you know, maybe it's building maintenance worker 1 - plumbing. So that in that job, when we go to recruit for that job, or when someone wants to bump into that job, they have to meet those minimum qualifications.
So then the person would have to be a licensed carpenter, a licensed HVAC, or a
Right.
licensed plumber.
Right.
Okay, because my concern was, had we gone ahead and done that, and if that bumping would have happened, we would have had somebody over there, which is great. That's still a priority to have someone over there. But from listening to Captain Hall, the plumbing was a huge aspect of it. So we would have had someone over there, and then we would have had to subcontract the plumbing on top of that.
Potentially, yes.
And it could have actually cost us
Yep.
more money.
Mhm.
And so that's kind of, now, if someone were hired in and they had a license and they didn't need it for that job, well, then that shouldn't be factored in. That would be like us hiring somebody in finance as a CPA and we didn't need a CPA.
Right.
Well, then we don't want to change the job description, that it's not needed. But if it's needed to fully do that job, like I'm hearing the HVAC and the plumbing and the
Mhm.
carpentry, then we should probably put some kind of requirements in
Mhm.
there.
Mhm. Yep. And also keeping in mind in the Teamsters General Bargaining Unit contract, the employees have 60 days to learn the required duties of the position. So when they bump into a position, they have like a 60-day window or trial to learn those required duties. So meeting the minimum qualifications, you met the minimum, and then here's 60 days to really work it out. So that's also part of,
Become like a, I don't know the answer to this question. Can you become a licensed HVAC?
Well,
I don't know either, but
Well, let's
you never
be
know,
clear.
though,
Well, let's be clear. I don't think that position requires a license
No.
at the jail, and that's why I think we have to reevaluate that position.
Okay.
That position is a maintenance worker, and we just are fortunate that someone is there who can do plumbing.
Okay.
That is not, he is not a licensed plumber, is he?
Yeah,
Oh, he is a
has
licensed
journeyman
plumber. But it's
plumber's
coincidence.
Plumber's license, yeah.
Right.
Well, in these days where you can recruit for somebody, require the minimum, but you get people that have more qualifications.
Well, see, that's what I'm
so.
saying. If we only require the minimum and the person has more qualifications, then if the minimum will really do the job, then that's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
But what I heard in discussion with the jail was the minimum wasn't going to do that job.
Correct.
They needed to have the licensed plumber over there, and we were going to increase our costs if we had to go out and subcontract that. So in that case, and I'm imagining the same thing exists with the HVAC and the electricians, or carpenters, then I would think that we'd have to take a look at the job and say, okay, do we require it? And if it's of value, and we should change the description so that it's a necessary component to have that certification.
And that's what we're looking at now.
And I think the jobs, Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, evolved over time too, the plumbing, so it might not have been required when we hired in
Sounds
this
like
employee,
that.
but now it's been a real value over there with the issues that they have. So,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. How, timing-wise, how does that fit in going through and doing that?
Updating the job descriptions, that'll be part of that process that I'll work on, for next year.
All right, Christine?
Jen's going to hurry up and get that done in her spare time.
Over Christmas break?
Who asked her to
With
do
everything else
something
she's
by
got on
next
her plate.
month, and it was like,
Yeah, Monday, yes, I remember
See, he
that.
was joking.
Sorry.
My concern, Dennis, is, next year, as the county faces further budget challenges, if Commissioner Friend, as I recall the conversation, if Commissioner Friend hadn't asked the question, we wouldn't have realized that the jail worker could have been bumped.
Well, we appreciate that she asked the question, but yes, we definitely realized the jail worker could have been bumped. But, and if that would have happened, we would have had to address, the position. But thank you for bringing it to our attention, because that was something that we certainly, was better to know now than to know later.
Until I saw the employees
Yeah.
sitting there, and they made public comment, and I was like, I'm not getting this.
Well-
And so I stepped out and asked a question, and then it kind of clicked, and I was like, oh, hold on a second, this could end up costing us money.
Last time I talked to Danny about it, and these things change, especially with a building that's 50 years old or whatever it is. Last time I talked to him, the most important aspect of that job was being able to fix the locks. They do that, too. That's a huge part of that job. Those locks are breaking constantly, and we're fixing locks. So, that's a jack of all trades over there. It really is. And it's something that we appreciate you bringing it into focus for us, because I think we need to reevaluate how we're doing those positions.
Okay, Dennis, why don't you go ahead with your report?
Okay, I'll try to make this brief. Next week, we will give you a complete report on the MERS decision on the
Jen.
rehire of employees. We have 17 employees that are under that situation who retired and then were rehired at lower benefits and those kinds of things. I've been working on this with staff for the last 4 or 5 weeks, because what happened basically was MERS made a decision that they were not going to allow people to retire and be rehired starting January 1st. We're totally fine with that concept. But then they went back their next meeting and said, and that applies to anybody who retired under their old rules. They were only going to be able to work 720 hours, and after that, they were going to not get retirement anymore if they kept working, or they were going to have to go on retirement and stop working. And they gave no notice of that, and it put our employees in really a bad position. My understanding, Sally Dries is at the MERS meeting this morning, and we saw a document yesterday at about 4:30 that indicates that they're going to allow those positions to be grandfathered in. So I'll have more for you on that next week, but I want you to know we were working on that.
Did you say how many employees that we had?
I think we had 17, didn't we? 17, including 3 department heads. We've been working on that. I wanted you to know that. I appreciate the board. I apologize for not being at the municipal meeting last week. I appreciate the board's understanding that I needed to be at that grant presentation down in Lansing, working on the dams. And while I can't report to you today, should be able to report to you next week. It was very successful, and it was really good that I was there. So I wanted you to thank you for that and let you know that we made really good progress. So much progress that, in fact, now what we're going to be looking at potentially is not only taking out Brown Bridge Dam at the beginning, but also Sabin. We are now have enough money, we think, gathered to where we're starting to collect money that we have enough to perhaps take out the 2 dams at the same time, which is really good news. The other piece of really good news that we're working on, and again, I was listening to you earlier talk about collaborations and like Russ Clark giving things free. Really, you would not believe how much has been donated to this dams project. One of the things that the tribe did, and it's a small thing. First of all, they've gotten $1,100,000 in grants towards the dam removal, and another very critical thing that they did that we're really excited about. They have tribal roads in their road system. Before the timeline closed on that, they added Keystone Road, Cass Road, South Airport Road. So all the roads that could be impacted by dam removal are now in the tribal road system, which means they will be eligible for
federal funds,
Bureau of Interior funding. That's a huge thing for us, and so it's a good thing because we have no money to fix bridges at Cass Road if in fact that dam comes out or when it comes out.
Or South Airport, they
don't need one.
And South Airport may be the same thing. Well, we'll know that, Dick, when we get the hydrology. So anyway, but we're still working with the Army Corps, but now the Army Corps' focus, in all likelihood, the Army Corps' focus is going to be at Boardman. And it's possible that starting in 2012, potentially, Brown Bridge will certainly, the work will start to come in taking Brown Bridge out and potentially Sabin.
2012.
2012, I mean, the engineering is starting now on Brown Bridge. I mentioned to you earlier, we're working with Senator Levin's office on the EOC part of this health building. We're hoping that there will be some Homeland Security money. When we put the cost estimates together, the cost of the EOC portion of that building was separated out, about $400,000, and we're going to be exploring grants to pay for that part of the building. Also, I mentioned this, actually it was Commissioner Thomas's idea. We're exploring with using the marketing director for the Resource Recovery Department, that's not his title, but Kim's position, to try to assist with some of the marketing efforts of the septic treatment plant. And, we've gotten a pretty good reception on that with Ross, and we think we might be able to share that employee, cut the cost here, and maybe get some marketing done for the septic treatment plant, which is very much needed. In regards to the septic treatment plant, I also want to mention this. It's really sewer and water issue. Ross Childs has said he will stay till April of next year. That's his deadline. And he's kind of set an unofficial deadline for Chris Boudet that if we don't get a definitive return from Chris, that he will be back by April in January. I think our proposal to you is going to be to hire someone in that position. We cannot be without a director. It's really hard just being with Ross half-time. He's done an excellent job for us, and we appreciate everything he's done. He's in total agreement with this. I think the intention of the Board of Public Works, at least now, is to continue to have him work on looking for sources of flow for the plant. But I'm going to be talking to them about going down the path of hiring a permanent director and then dealing with the issue of Chris whenever we know when he comes back. And we're just not getting any answers on that question. That was my preference a year and a half ago, but...
Well, that was the discussion prior to his last deployment.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll know and he'll be back and then we can move forward, but we just don't know that right now. We will have a closed session next week on labor. We've got, we're in the middle of 7 or 8 contracts right now that we're negotiating, and we've taken back a new proposal from the board, and we've got some new proposals back from the unions, and so we'll talk to you at Ways and Means in closed session about that. Had a meeting with Michigan Economic Development Corporation a week ago. They wanted to talk to us about the services to the county, and what we tried to stress to them was they can't look at the state as a whole. They need to look more regionally in terms of how they develop their programs and how they allocate their funds. Here in northwestern Michigan, there needs to be a bigger emphasis on agriculture, for example. The wine industry, the fruit industry, and that's not a high priority in terms of their overall system. They're looking at reallocating their system and the way they look at how they do their money and how they distribute their money. And we kind of told them they need to look region by region, not county by county, but region by region. I think we had a really good meeting with them. I think they understood what we were saying. And of course, we also talked to them about taking the state strings off the CDBG money that we have for our loan program and putting that back under our control and allowing us to, manage that money without, it takes literally months every time we take a project to them to get some kind of an answer. So we got a good reception on that. Yesterday, Monday, we had a meeting on the senior center consolidation now that the millage is passed. Commissioner Max Bauer and Commissioner Richardson were at that meeting. I think you all know that, but Ben Bifus from the city and I have been working on an agreement, primarily with Commissioner Richardson's help, for 4 or 5 months now. And we're about a week away from having that kind of a recommended agreement between the city and the county on how this will operate. We'll have that next week. I told the Commission on Aging on Monday that my thought was once we come to an agreement, we'll of course get you a copy, but we'll send ours to the Commission on Aging to make sure they're in agreement with kind of how this will operate, and then I would expect it to come back to you, and then Ben will take it to the city at the same time. One aspect of that we're talking about that is a little bit different. First of all, we're talking about changing to July 1st, right? So this changeover would happen in July 1st. The city would be responsible for expenses till July 1st, which is the end of their budget year, and then we would take over before that. But there was an interesting question brought up. Citizens will start paying on this millage January. They start paying in January. So we're working on trying to come up with a mechanism to eliminate the membership fee starting in January, and using some of the millage to reimburse the city for lost revenues that they would normally get from a membership fee, so that the citizens will be able to use the facilities, whether it's the county operating or the city operating them, starting January 1st at no membership fee.
And I might comment that the amount of money we're talking about here is pretty small.
It's about $15,000.
Yeah, we're not.
So
it's
I
not
think
like a huge nut.
No, and I think and we've had a great working relationship with the city on this. I think it will go smoothly, and hopefully, we'll be ready to move full speed July 1st. So I wanted you to know that that's where that's sitting right now. Finally, we have our Green Energy Committee, and you remember we got a $48,000 grant to do some improvements here through the COG on our buildings. We're working on those now. In fact, we're done with ours. But there will be a second round that's going to go to local units of government, and I've been talking with the Sewer and Water Committee, and we've been working to try to look at using that second round of money, which will be about $40,000, to make some of these improvements at the septic treatment plant to reduce the cost of operation and the use of energy at the septic plant. And kind of what we're thinking here, and we've gotten a good response, we'll probably have Garfield be the applicant for that, since it's in Garfield Township on behalf of the county, and the other townships, it appears, will have all agreed to support that application. So it'll be like a 5-township application to use that money for a facility that benefits everybody in the county. So I'm kind of hopeful that that'll be successful and we'll be able to use that money. That's what I have unless the commissioners have any questions.
All right, let's move on to unfinished business D. I think that's something we haven't addressed yet.
No, that will be coming back to you next week. Ross
All right.
will be here having a report on that.
Okay, but that's the prosecuting attorney's opinion?
That's the prosecuting attorney's opinion. Ross will also be here to talk to you about the 50-50 split on managing the debt at the septic treatment plant. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I apologize. I have one more item that wasn't on my list, my original list. Commissioner Max Bauer brought to my attention an incident that occurred at the pool about a week and a half ago, where drain cleaner was put into the shower drain at the women's facility at an inappropriate time when there were still women using the facility in the pool, and we had to close the pool for a period of time because of the fumes. We've been working on this, doing the complete investigation, and I'm not going to go through this whole thing for you. I'll leave that to you to do. But here's the bottom line. In our review, what we found was that there was some problems. They were problems of the facilities department. Danny Brown and Jason Jones worked on this, and there are several things that we're going to implement back on the second page in terms of remedies that I just wanted to point out to you. The Parks and the Facilities Director are going to develop an emergency action plan for hazardous chemical use that will be used in this facility and used in all our other facilities. This will include involvement and using the city hazmat team as a resource in developing that policy. Secondly, the Facilities Management Department will create a new policy that will govern the procedures for administering chemicals. Typically, we only do them late at night when no one's around, and that was not the case here, including a requirement that at the Civic Center, before any chemicals are used or any work is done, that the pool manager or the parks director are communicated with and permission is given to do that. So there will be a procedure developed with that. In addition, all facility staff will be retrained on how these chemicals can be used, and that appropriate gear will be used in the administration of the chemical, and there will be some counseling memos that will be given to employees as a result. What we found was that the chemical was used during regular business hours when it never should have. This was a result of a miscommunication, but it was primarily the result of the fact that our facility staff did not talk to the pool manager about whether or not the facility was available. Secondly, the employee did not wear the proper equipment. They had on some of the equipment, but didn't have on the appropriate apron that they were supposed to wear to put the chemical in. Let's see, I want to make sure I got it all. We didn't have good communication, and we should have never used it during the regular work hours. So we have a plan in place to correct that so this doesn't happen again. And the facilities department is very much aware of the errors in the way that was initiated. So we don't intend to have this happen again.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Now I think we're on the new business, and we've done A, let's go to B.
Chris, do you want to come up in case there are any questions?
Hi, I think Commissioner Maxbauer was going to make a request on this.
Yes, I will not be able to attend the next meeting, and so I'm just asking that the board remove me as a member of the ad hoc committee and appoint Commissioner Friend. It will make getting a quorum much easier.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, I have a motion and support to remove Max Bauer and appoint Friend. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
Well, I was in favor, that's fine. When is the next meeting? Because I am a guilty party in this.
So
we haven't scheduled it, but we're hoping it's going to be
Well,
the
not
first
everyone.
week of December.
Vacation times and stuff.
No,
I thought
we're
because
the
she said
dentist.
she, that's fine.
Well, she's leaving. We were looking at hopefully the first week of December because we'd like to kind of wrap it up
That's
before the next physical resources.
Maybe I should make you call me
RMA
the night
meeting?
before or something.
Okay.
To remind me.
And she's, Commissioner Maxbauer is going to be gone for
I'll
extended
just get
period
with
of
you
time, so.
on some dates.
And then the second item to see was just that there was some question about, some clarification needed about the action that was taken at the November 4th special meeting. That has been clarified since the issuing of this, I believe.
So we're all set? What happened with that is, if you remember, at our joint meeting with the municipalities the other day, we passed resolutions, two of them, one in support of the townships opting out of the intergovernmental agreement, and one in support of the American Waste Facility. According to Mr. Schneider, we could not pass resolutions without having a drafted resolution before us, whereas, now therefore. So they were not legal resolutions. So what we did is we drafted letters of support for both of those two items. Had Chairman Thomas sign those in those letters.
Indicating what the motions.
Basically, they indicated that the motion was, because the county board feel that the intergovernmental agreement no longer meets the needs of the community, we ask that you opt out. And the same thing in regard to the support of the American Waste Facility. And they just became that the county board passed motions, and under Dick's signature, those letters were distributed.
That made it official.
That made it official, but we could, because we drafted it and we stated that we pass a resolution, the prosecutor said that the resolution form did not meet the requirements. And Monty called me the next morning and yelled at me for an extended length of time.
Or seen Bonnie yell at anybody.
Dennis, I heard from several individuals that they were not aware of that meeting that day. How did we notify? And
I'm not, I guess I'll have to get you a report from Katie on that. I don't know exactly what we did. We used the same method we always do.
It was my error, because I did go back and I don't check my email every day. I'm sorry. I should start doing that.
I don't either, so I mean.
And what I found was, after I got back, I hadn't written down, I did not write it down on my planner, and then I went to the dentist office to take care of my tooth, and then you called and said,
No.
She's
I'm
Different
talking,
issue.
no.
The municipal meeting, the municipal meeting.
The municipal meeting.
Yeah.
And, it was lightly attended, and I heard from 3 individuals that they were not made aware of the meeting, or that they didn't know about the meeting, and, I was just wondering.
Yeah.
How
Chris, do you know?
Notified.
Actually, I did. I told you that Katie had sent that information around, and I did talk to her when she came back this week. And the information was distributed to the entire listing, all the township supervisors, clerks, the listing that is normally distributed. It was a short time frame, because I think that the meeting, usually they have notification like 6 months or several months anyway ahead of time. I'm not sure, Commissioner Enman, when this actually was confirmed that you were going to do this meeting.
It was several weeks out.
But
It was about a month before.
It was emailed, and there were at least 3 emails sent to the entire group.
Chris, do we
There
send
were
them,
some
to the
additional-
supervisors and the clerks, or do we send them to every board member of every municipality?
I think we send them only to the supervisors
See.
and clerks. And another thing,
They're not
Commissioner
spreading it.
I
Maxbauer.
think not.
They're not spreading.
Her listing has the city manager, staff
Yeah, maybe
on
maybe
it.
they're
And I
assuming-
think that there's new staff, so perhaps that didn't get distributed
And
beyond
maybe,
there.
and maybe they assumed that everybody else got the same email.
Well, the other
Um,
point that I found last night when I mentioned the fact at Long Lake Township's meeting that I was a little disappointed with the attendance, that there was some regional Michigan
Yeah, there were a
Townships
couple
Association meeting
Yeah.
on the same day.
Yeah.
At Crystal Mountain.
At
Yeah.
Crystal Mountain, and there were a number of township officials that had went there
That
and
answers
did
the
not
question.
come to ours. And, because I was very, I like most of the rest of you, was disappointed in the participation from the townships, and I made that point at Long Lake Township last night, and it was pointed out to me, which I was totally unaware of, that there was a regional Michigan Townships Association thing
All right, that makes sense.
at Crystal Mountain on the same day.
I mentioned it to all the townships I go to the month before,
Yeah, I did too.
and
But I think we'd
they
be,
should know.
I think we'd be better served, because I heard about it also, because like Mayfield Township, for example, wasn't there, and I said, you know, on Monday night to the board, why wasn't anybody there? We have to work. If we go, we have to take time off work. Why can't you guys have them in the evening?
Well,
And I
yeah, we
think
had a
that's
discussion
valid
about
point.
that. Yeah, we had a discussion about that. Should we try the next one in the evening?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay, we'll do the next one in the evening.
Then they'll tell you they're busy watching Wheel of Fortune.
All right.
Chris. Chairman, can I just mention one more thing? Bonnie's actually got some things to hand out to you, because you can't watch Wheel of Fortune tonight because you have road commission, interviews tonight, and there's a couple additional things there for your,
If I don't get out of here, I won't be back.
Okay, well, anyway, there's some additional information there for you, so.
All right, thank you.
Good luck with everything tonight.
All right.
You're not coming?
Ready to run the meeting.
We have this
We've got
opportunity
everything
for,
done, right, Chris?
this is our second opportunity for public comment. Anybody wish to address the board at this time may come forward. Seeing none, we have Commissioner Committee reports. Seeing none, we have notices and announcements. Oh, sorry.
You don't see any if you don't open your eyes.
Very brief. At the EDC meeting yesterday, the county EDC is in the process of redrafting its, what they call the reuse plan, which is basically how the money, the revolving loan fund that we use to loan money to businesses looking to expand or whatever. Anyway, they're in the process of redrafting the rules on how that money is governed. One of the suggestions in the draft was that the EDC not bring their decisions, in other words, their proposed loans, to the County Board of Commissioners for, final approval. So they put that in there and they said, how do you feel about it? And I said, I honestly don't know how I feel about it, but I'm advising all of you at this point that that's been drafted. So think about it, and if you have an opinion, let me know. At the same time, there's a question about whether the state is even going to be requiring a final approval. Right now it goes from the EDC to this board and then to the state before the loan is issued. So if the state drops out, does that mean we want to drop out too? So anyway.
All right. Okay, Larry?
Monday night, Mayfield opt-out of the,
Governmental.
intergovernmental agreement, and so did the Village of Kingsley. Last night, Blair did, and last month, Paradise did. So all of the townships that I attended have opted out.
And Green Lake jumped out a month ago.
Yeah.
And Long Lake opted out last night, so, yeah, I think we're gonna get the result to, like I said last week, and I told Long Lake Township last night, if we can get these townships to opt out, I think it gives the county the best opportunity by which to reconstruct this whole department and this whole program, because the current solid waste plan, ordinance 17, and the intergovernmental agreement ties our hands so much that we can't amend anything unless we get 100% approval by all the 13 townships, and we just don't get there. So it makes it very difficult for us to change anything. So I think this will be good. As long as we're talking about EDC and Brownfield and all those other things, Gene Dorenzi called me early this morning. Land Bank Authority had discussion at their last month's meeting about where Munson was. As you may remember, the Land Bank Authority holds a parcel of property with Copper Ridge for Munson's new cancer center and the parking deck. And that agreement is set to expire the end of the year. So we're supposed to see a presentation next week from Munson. They requested an extension from Garfield Township last night for up to 3 years to continue to move forward. Garfield Township, I understand, passed that unanimously to grant them up to a 3-year extension to move forward with actually turning dirt and building this cancer center. So I would assume that'll be the presentation that we will hear next week at the Land Bank.
That would include the parking deck?
Yes.
Will you be hearing at the Land Bank or the Brownfield? Well, I guess it'll be Land Bank.
Land Bank. Land Bank holds the land. Land bank holds the land.
Anything else?
There's no cost to us. You know, we already hold the land, so there's no cost. We're not making tax payments or anything else. But at such time as
But
the
it is-
development
well, we
takes
don't-
place, then we'll recover.
Let's not start that discussion now.
Yeah, I know where you're going to go.
I know,
We
no,
can
no, that's
have that
okay. We'll
discussion.
have plenty of opportunity in the future to talk about it. That's fine.
Exactly.
Okay, I do have one, I guess this is a notice of, basically. Dennis, if we could put on the agenda for Ways and Means next week, I'm sorry to keep adding items, but I would like to put a discussion of increasing the number of county road commissioners from 3 to 5. And the reason it is important is because if this is something we do want to do, we have to schedule a public hearing with 28 days' notice before we can take any final action. So if we decided we want to schedule a public hearing, that would allow us to schedule it at Ways and Means in December.
I'd be willing to do one step better than that. I would move that we schedule a public hearing to increase the membership of the Road Commission from 3 members to 5 at the December Ways and Means meeting of the Grand Traverse County Board of Commissioners.
Well, you could even do it at RMA, because that'd be within 28
This
days.
isn't on the agenda. You're going to do a motion now? It's
Yeah, you're
not
just gonna
on the
throw in
agenda?
Okay, we'll wait.
request something to be
We
on
can
the
do it
agenda.
tonight, too.
I mean, are we in committee reports? What are we doing here, guys? I mean.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you guys
you're
are-
asking
Well, this is
for it.
me making sure something gets on the agenda.
That's fine, but
Yeah.
the discussion prior to that and then after, it's
I'll
still
have it
a
on the
little
agenda
crazy.
next week.
Okay, now we can move on to closed session, which we have none, I hear.
Correct.
All right, and then we have one more. Motion to adjourn.
So we'll move.
We have to talk to the chairman about the long meeting.
You know, when you
Well, he
chaired it
stuck
for
it
those
out
few
of the
minutes,
blue,
things
you know?
flew by. I mean, that was like 5 seconds.